Tonight on the Face to Facebook podcast, we'll be talking to JoJo from Barrie, local musician Aubrey Tarian, Pamela Taylor, and Jerry Lynn LaRiviere. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin in a few moments. Sit tight. Tonight on the Face to Facebook podcast, we'll be talking to JoJo from Barrie, local musician Aubrey Tarian, Pamela Taylor, and Jerry Lynn LaRiviere. Stay tuned. Tonight on the Face to Facebook podcast, we'll be talking to JoJo from Barrie, local musician Aubrey Tarian, Pamela Taylor, and Jerry Lynn LaRiviere. Stay tuned. Well, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Fraternal Friday here on the 400th day of May. For those of you in the same boat that I am, that I have no idea what day of the month it is or whatever it is. All I know is I've been told today is Friday. Yesterday was Therapeutic Thursday, and I spelled it wrong. And thank you to everyone who made a correction for me or noted that I needed to make a correction. The correction has been made on the YouTube channel, so it is now Therapeutic Therapeutic Thursday and not Therapeutic or whatever it was. So, hello, Emily Varga. Thank you for your interview last night. And hello to everyone out there who may be tuning in, possibly for the first time. Nice to see you. So, Fraternal Friday, meaning that anybody that you feel a fraternal connection with, that could be your own actual brother, where the root of the word comes from. But anybody that you feel a close bond with, today's the day that you should go out there and give them a FaceTime or a Facebook Messenger chat or a phone call or send them a virtual high five or whatever it is. Just make sure you take these people that are important to you and let them know that they're important to you, because who knows when you'll get the opportunity to do so again. Anyway, we have some fantastic people to talk to on the program tonight. We have JoJo from Barrie. We have the lovely Aubrey Tarian, who is a local musician who sent me some stuff. We have the equally lovely Pamela Taylor, who manages several businesses, and it'll be interesting to talk to her about how this is affecting that. And then we have, last but not least, Jerry Lynn LaRiviere, who is a musician and an esthetician, I believe is the correct word. She will correct me on that when she gets on on the horn. We have new music from Mailbox. We have some more local karaoke type stuff that we will be playing. It's going to be kind of cool. And as always, if you have anything of yourself that you'd like to send over to me, you may do so at any time, and I'd be happy to play it. Part of what we've been doing here, in addition to the conversations, is we've been playing music or things by other local artists or people just hanging around bored out of their skulls. That will be the case right after this. Will be someone that recorded themselves on a karaoke app on their phone, and surprisingly, it turned out really well. So I'd like to get the name of that app, and maybe they could put it in the comments. So we got a lot of good stuff that we're going to talk about, and I'm so glad that you decided to join me. And as always, go by the YouTube channel, hit that up, subscribe so that you'll know when we go live. And I think I'm going to stop talking now. We'll play some music. So first, a sip of tea. And as always, if there's anything you'd like to hear, drop it in the comments, yo. Drop it in the comments. All right. I've already pre-made the loop for this because I was trying to figure out how exactly we could do it. It's probably my second favorite Peter Gabriel song, maybe third. But it's really good. Anyway, we were talking about it earlier today. So, hello, Atlanta Frost. Here we go. Oh, and if you feel so inclined as well, you'll notice on this side, where my lovely mug is now advertising the YouTube channel, every once in a while you will see something pop up where it says virtual tip jar. Myself and a lot of other musicians are doing this right now to kind of support ourselves while our gigs have been wiped clean. So if you feel so inclined, I will happily accept tips via PayPal or Interac. So either one of those work well. Think about it this way. We're going to give you a 5-hour show. Been giving you a 5-hour show for just over a month now. I think we're racked up around, not counting the stuff before I started keeping track, we're racked up around 138 hours of streaming. So if you were out at a club or something and you were going to get a couple drinks or tip your bartenders, then here's an opportunity to do so the same. Mr. Philip Hill's out on the bike, but we'll tune in later. Thank you. And hello, Brian Whitfield, all the way up north. I'm glad our signal reaches that far, and as the ground is thawed enough to send it to you. All right, here we go. Looking down on empty streets, all she can see are the dreams once made solid, the dreams once made real. All of the buildings, all of the cars were once just a dream in somebody's head. She pictures the broken glass, pictures the steam. She pictures a soul with no leak at the seam. Let's take the boat out, wait until darkness. Let's take the boat out, wait until darkness comes. Nowhere in the corridors of pale green and gray, nowhere in the suburbs, in the cold light of day. There in the midst of it, so alive, so alone, words poured like bone, dreaming of Mercy Street, where you're inside out, dreaming of mercy. In your daddy's arms again, dreaming of Mercy Street. Swear they moved that sign, dreaming of mercy. In your daddy's arms. Pulling all the papers, the drawers that slide smooth, tugging at the darkness, word upon word, confessing all the secret things in the warm velvet box. To the priest, he's the doctor, he can handle the shocks. Dreaming of the tenderness, the tremble in the hips, of kissing Mary's lips. Dreaming of Mercy Street, where you're inside out, dreaming of mercy. In your daddy's arms again, dreaming of Mercy Street. Swear they moved that sign, looking for mercy in your daddy's arms. Mercy, mercy, looking for mercy. Ooh, looking for mercy. Mercy, 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 looking for mercy. Looking for mercy. Ooh, looking for mercy. Ooh, looking for mercy. And with her father is out in the boat, riding the water, riding the waves on the sea. There you go. A little bit of mercy. Mr. Joe Tessier, and hello, Tina, and Mr. Rob Shepley. Wow, look at this. Stacked house. Hello, Shelley Martinico. Well, that was a first. We got a couple of firsts here that we're going to do. This next one is by a Canadian band called The Fortunate Ones, or Fortunate Ones. I think it's just Fortunate Ones. But this has got a really good beat, too. So we're definitely gonna get a beat going for that. It's a little faster. Woodblock on this one for sure. It's a great tune. I found it by accident on the Sirius XM channel for Coffee House, I believe. But it became an instant favorite. It's called Wherever You Go. So you get in the car with all your plans. You look down and see a stranger's hands meet, trying in our own way just to be a shade of the people in our dreams, a shade of the people in our dreams. We're trying in our own way just to be, trying in our own way just to be a shade of the people that we see. So sing like a bird or like a kid. Remember the days when that's what you did. Where is that smile they used to bring? Sunlight in the morning on your face. Live by the choice that you made, but don't let the light inside you fade. 'Cause babe, you can burn out when you're old, but time take your mind, but not your soul. But time take your mind, but not your soul. 'Cause babe, you can burn out when you're old. Babe, you can burn out when you're old. Time take your mind, but not your soul. Yeah. Fortunate Ones, wherever you go. That's a great song. I cannot believe I haven't played it yet on the stream. So that's a high one. We started off with two high ones. What do you know? Who knew? Well, we have a treat for you, because one of the things that I always get asked whenever I go to a gig where the lovely Julie accompanies me is, I always tell these stories that, Julie was a singer, is a singer. And, actually at one point in her youth, she worked at Dollywood. And anyway, everyone always cajoles her to sing, and she never does because she's super shy. However, for some unknown reason, last night at 4:00 in the morning, she, while I was sound asleep, which is unusual for me, she crept on down to the studio here and used some kind of karaoke app on her phone and sang this song and knocked it out of the park as far as I'm concerned. I hope you'll enjoy it. And if you're listening, Julie, you should drop the name of this app into the comments so that other people who are singers or not and just want to participate can record themselves and send it, and then I can play it just like I'm going to do right now. Ha-ha! So a treat for all of you who've ever wanted to hear Julie sing, because it's not that often, and it should be more.
He was working through college on my grandpa's farm. I was thirsting for knowledge, and he had a car. Yeah, I was caught somewhere between a woman and a child. One restless summer, we found love growing wild on the banks of the river, on a well-beaten path. Oh, it's funny how those memories that last, like strawberry wine. 17, a hot July moon, saw everything. My first taste of love was bittersweet and green on the vine, like strawberry wine. Well, I still remember when 30 was old. The biggest fear was September, when he had to go. Oh, a few cards and letters and one long distance call, but drifted away like the leaves in the fall. But year after year I come back to this place just to remember the taste of strawberry wine. And 17, the hot July moon, saw everything. My first taste of love was bittersweet and green on the vine, like strawberry wine. Fields have grown over now, a year since they've seen the plow. There's nothing time hasn't touched. Or was it really him, or the loss of my innocence? I've been missing so much. Yeah, yeah. Strawberry wine. 17, the hot July moon, saw everything. My first taste of love was bittersweet and green on the vine, like strawberry wine. 17, the hot July moon, saw everything. My first taste of love was bittersweet and green on the vine, like strawberry wine.
You know what sold it at the end was the giggle. That self-congratulatory giggle, like, oh yeah, I know I just killed that. That's right. But I'm going to be bashful and pretend that, that was great. See? You can do it. Anybody can do it. Right? Please put the link, put the name of that app, whatever it was. That's great. I should just throw this keyboard away and just start using the app. It's great. It's wonderful. The point is being, it's very, very easy to do. And I would love to have more stuff to play. So any of you who are singers, you should totally do it. My opinion, anyway. Cowbell just for Mr. Sean Fathers. Now, after hearing that beautiful performance, now you got to put up with me for another couple minutes, and then we'll have another beautiful songstress on. That was fun. Oh, and see, righteously so, the compliments flowing in for that. See, that's all you got to do to upstage the host, man. You just got to record yourself doing karaoke and do an amazing job and be beautiful. How hard is that? Right? All right. Well, whew, that was a screamer, too. Good grief. All right. Well, let's see if we can get our first guest on the line. We have played a number of his solo stuff that he's sent over on the program already, or I should say stuff that he's actually recorded himself on his phone. And that's all it takes, folks. That's all it takes to become a part of the fun. Just record yourself on your phone, and everything's hunky dory. That's all you got to do. This is cool. We're going to be talking to somebody from Barrie, which is right around where my grandparents used to live. Well, I mean, that's a little more north. They were in Caledon East, which is near Bolton and Orangeville. But he'll know the area I'm talking about, so that's pretty cool. So I've got him on video. I haven't put him on live yet because I'm going to switch it away from the crotch cam here for a second and get it over to the regular cam. I'm just going to ask if he can turn his phone sideways to get some decent landscape video, and if not, don't worry about it. There we go. So much better. And we will bring over Mr. Jojo. Mr. Jojo, I'm well, sir. How are you?
Doing all right.
Good. And the first question.
Great music tonight, brother. Oh, excellent music tonight.
Thank you so much. I'm trying. It's certainly nowhere near what you're doing. I appreciate that. I want to ask the first question. The obvious question: Are you and those okay? Doing well? Doing well?
Everyone's doing just fine. We're all healthy, happy, and we're doing okay up here. It's just like we're dealing with it just like you guys are. Nothing's different up here in the north.
For sure.
It's probably like 5 degrees colder, but
Yeah. Well, I was just saying, in the lead-in to here that my grandparents used to live in Caledon East, which is near Orangeville and Bolton area.
Right.
So
I know that area well. Actually, it's about 30 minutes south of here.
Okay. Yeah. I thought it was somewhere around there. Yeah. Beautiful area. Beautiful area.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm just yakking. Go on.
Well, I have you down here on your title card because we don't actually know each other. We've only been introduced as Facebook friends very recently, and that's been a blessing for me because you have provided some fantastic music for this program, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I don't know if musician is the only thing that you do or if you do something else, but why don't you take a moment here and kind of introduce yourself to everyone that's listening in right now?
Sure. Well, JoJo's my nickname. I'm actually from Windsor. I've been up, like my actual name is Joe Garisi. I have family, I have friends down there still. I left Windsor probably about 1989, 1988, something like that. Moved to Toronto for a spell. Long story short, married, divorced. Now I'm here up in Barrie. Been here for about 16 years, and I started playing in a band for a while as a drummer. So I'm a drummer first. That's what I started playing.
Okay.
And but I've always noodled around on guitar. So in the last little while, probably within the last 6 years, I've really buckled down and started playing solo guitar because I kind of saw because things are different up in Barrie as they are in Windsor. Back in the day in Windsor, like in the 80s, there was so many different clubs to play in that you could play straight six nights a week. You could do a front end and a back end.
Right.
And it was great. Up here, there was a lot of places to play, but there would be more places to play if you were either in a solo act or a duo act, and not as many places to play as a band. So I kind of saw the way the landscape was going at the time.
Gotcha.
So I decided I would learn about 40, 50 songs, and just strict cowboy chords, G, C, D, E, and A minor, that kind of thing. And I started playing some solo shows and getting more confident. And now that's pretty much all I do. Plus, I'm in a duo.
Nice.
I'm also in a trio, which I play drums in. called GTFO, Get the Funk Out, and that's all like disco and
Nice.
it's disco R&B, stuff like Casey and Sunshine Band. You really don't hear that often.
Yeah.
And then most recently, probably in the last couple of years, and together with some guys that like Jimmy Bonaventure, Charles Lambrick, Mitch Taylor, who's in Simply Queen, Mark DeBlock. We're in a band called the Van Halen Invasion.
Okay.
And I play Dave. I don't look like him right now. Of course, I have to don the wig and tight pants and the attitude. So yeah, as far as it's fun, it's been a lot of fun doing that. But we were doing that back in the '80s, and we were originally called Gigolo. And Jimmy wasn't in that band. He was originally, but we decided to pick it up because do you know Paul Bonaventure?
Yes.
I think.
Very well. Yes.
You not? He did he was promoting a show at the Leamington Band Shell. It's quite new. They had just built it like a few years ago.
Very new, yes.
And so so great place. And he said that they wanted to promote a show with us doing it, and we hadn't had the band together since the '80s. So we've changed a little bit since then, as you can imagine. Some of us have less hair than before. So we said, yeah, let's do it. I mean, we always joked and talked about doing it. So we decided to do that as a kind of one-off and see where it took us. So we had a lot of fun, took a lot of practice to get our chops back. So that's another one of the projects that I do. So music is what I do at night. I also play retirement homes, which is a whole other thing, because you're playing to people that are falling asleep in front of you because they're old and they're on drugs mostly. So it took a while to get used to that, because you think, am I doing okay? Because people are all asleep in front of me. So I do that, but I have a business that I run for the last 5 years called JoJo Cajon's Drums and Percussion. And I build percussion. You probably know what a cajon is.
Oh, yeah. So right, okay. The pictures of the cajones on your Facebook thing, those are yours.
Those are mine.
Nice.
That is my brand. I did not invent the drum. That's an old Peruvian drum from back in the 16th, 17th century. So that's what I do during the day, and I play music at night.
Nice.
So
well,
that's what I do.
The thing is, it's kind of funny when you said, am I doing well in the nursing homes because they're old and they're on drugs and falling asleep in front of me? Let me tell you, I've played a lot of bars where the people are young and on drugs and falling asleep in front of me. So it's really, apart from the color of the hair and the wisdom, that's about the only difference.
It's really not that much different.
Okay, so and before we, I have a couple of questions, especially about the David Lee Roth thing. But what I want you to do first is move slightly to your right. I believe to your right.
My right?
Yeah. Okay. Stop. Perfect.
All right.
I want anybody who's under the age of 30 to tell me what that silver thing on the wall is right over your left shoulder. Anybody who's under the age of 30, if you can tell me what that is, we'll give you a prize. Okay, we're going to get a close-up of it. There you go.
I see.
Yeah. Anybody under the age of... Yeah, that's perfect. Anybody under the age of 30, tell me what that is. All right, good. Perfect. Fantastic. I'm waiting for I'm waiting for the answers of it's a Klingon battle thing or a Botla or something like that. But yeah, it's mesmerizing. Like every time you move slightly to the right, all I can do is move over.
There it is.
Yeah, there exactly. Yeah. So I have to ask you. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
What that actually is something that there's a bass player that plays with Glass Tiger. He also makes these things that you see there. And what it is something that you put your guitar on. It's a guitar rest. It's pretty thick.
Oh, okay.
And wide. And if you don't have a guitar stand, you just kind of put it on it. But I have guitar stands and I hang my guitars, so I don't really need to put it on there. He just sent it to me.
Yeah.
To see if I could use it.
It is.
There you have it.
It is, however, not its original purpose, and the original item is much, much smaller. It's about the size of a loonie.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Now we're dating ourselves here by knowing this information.
Fortunately and unfortunately.
All right, so I must ask you this question because it has been said by many people, and I'm a firm believer in this, that David Lee Roth is probably one of the greatest rock frontmen of all time, and it's not necessarily because he's the greatest singer. It's
No,
because,
sir.
especially back in the the early Van Halen days, he put on a hell of a show. So
He does.
the question I have for you is, because you are a fantastic singer. I've heard you sing on
Thank you.
your videos. So what is it
Thank you.
what is it like to have to portray the David Lee Roth character? Do you have to try, and are you actually just basically trying to sing as accurately to him or as accurately to the notes as possible? And do you do all the crazy kind of moves and everything?
Um, that's a great question. Thank you. It takes a little bit of effort to actually sing like him, because to get his voice, you have to smoke Marlboros and drink. And I don't smoke, and I don't drink that much Jack. Actually, I don't drink much at all. And here's a good story. This is a true story. So, and I'm a huge Van Halen, I mean, I like Hagar as well.
Sure.
I have no preference either way. But growing up as a kid in Windsor, I was a huge Van Halen fan. So for the first record, when they recorded the first record, Dave actually stopped smoking, stopped eating, and started eating healthy. So when he started to record his vocal tracks for the record, Ted Templeman was like, "What happened to your voice?" He goes, "Well, I started taking care of myself." He goes, "No, I don't want that voice. I want your old voice." Right?
Yeah.
So it takes a little bit of effort to sing like that, because I mean, I can have a baritone voice and I can sing, like the Zeppelin or GNR kind of thing, but so my voice doesn't really have that much rasp. So it takes a little bit of effort to do it. As far as the acting part, I love acting, man. And I've seen so many, different Dave interviews and concerts. So I've had to watch a lot of videos to mimic that sort of thing, right? So, but it's always fun because I think generally, I mean, 90s aside, people really want to see a show. I mean,
Yes.
they come to be entertained. I've always been, part and partial to that sort of thing. I don't just want to see guys up on stage with t-shirts on and just gazing at their shoes. I want to be entertained.
Yeah.
And Dave has always been one to tell stories, and even though they might be a little bit exaggerated, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's just a good time.
You make a couple of really good points there, and that is that there used to be an element of overt showmanship back in the 70s and 80s when you would go to see, and they grew into these stadium spectacular things. But I think that the reason that the 90s singer-songwriter or the shoegazer kind of thing was so successful was it was the reductionist view of that, right? They kind of said, okay,
Exactly.
well, we're going to let the music speak for itself and maybe not have the big show. Not that musically these other guys weren't quite adept. It was just, I think, a different philosophy. But I also came from that same era of music, and I 100% agree with you that sometimes the showmanship was really what sold the show. I mean, let's be honest, you
Sure.
don't really go to a Kiss concert because you love every single music. You go to the Kiss concert because it's absolutely off the hook crazy.
It was bombastic. I mean, when you saw that stuff coming at you, imagine that would be like in the 60s, being baptized by Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
Imagine when that guy first came on, it was like, what am I listening to?
Yeah.
So then Kiss comes on and they have the lights and the whole kabuki makeup. You don't know what's hitting you
Yeah.
first, it's coming at you.
It's
So
go ahead. Sorry. I keep jumping in because I'm so excited to talk to you, but go ahead.
no, thank you. No, I'm excited too. I'm like, I've got this nervous energy going on too. So,
Good.
so yeah, growing up just like you, 70s, 80s kid, you're growing up with stuff like Van Halen and Kiss, and then all of a sudden the 80s, and you're dealing with spandex and Poison and Bon Jovi and all the hair bands. It was like, it was a dream for us cats, growing up and playing in the bars, right? So we were trying to mimic that. So when that gets into your DNA, it's going to come out
Yeah.
somehow, right?
Yeah.
So
So
that's where I'm coming from.
and it must, it must be a great inner catharsis for you to be able to put on that mask again, right, and be able to do that. And
It is fun.
not a lot of people know this, but David Lee Roth, they did the infamous video for Jump, where he's doing all these crazy jumping kicks and spinning kicks. Not many people know this, but he was actually super into martial arts, and that's all real.
He is.
That's all like when he was like able to jump and split his, like, do the Jean Claude Van Damme in the air. So
Yeah.
I'm expecting to see that in the tribute act. I'm just letting you know.
Well, I'm working on that. I'm working on that. You know, stretching as a 55-year-old can be a little daunting because I don't have the body as much as I do, or the stamina. But I have been exercising quite a bit more, to just keep my wind up. But to get the dance moves down and whatever, kicks, I'm getting better at it. Not quite the flexibility that I had when I was in my early 20s, but certainly it is a lot of fun. And for me, I get a charge out of the reaction I get from the audience,
Sure.
because I think, uh, for the most part, most people that come to see us are from that era, and they get a charge out of it, and then they're reminded of the videos or maybe the concerts at Cobo Hall that they saw. So I'm trying to pull out of them a part of their memory
Sure.
and relive a little bit of that. And I'm kind of reliving a little bit of it too, because there are times when I'm going, what do I really think I'm doing here? I'm 55, man. I'm dressed up in like assless chaps, and I've got a wig on. My mother's just shaking her head when she
Yeah.
just cuts my pants and does what I ask her.
Okay, so I'm
But it's
sorry.
fun, man. It's
That
a good time.
that's got to be on Tales from the Tour Bus. It's like, yeah, when my mom's cutting the ass out of my pants. It's really that's you also made a point there about, David's voice, and it's interesting how, especially a producer or somebody that's going for a particular sound will be very insistent on those kind of things. Very interesting case in point. Not a lot of people know this. But Bruce Springsteen was exactly the same way. When he first started out, his first album was very much a Dylan-esque kind of sound. And then
Right.
he started to get a little gruff in his voice, and all the record producers went, "Yes, that's what we want." And he went, "But I can sing. I don't
Yeah.
always have to do the." But that's what they wanted, and that became his sound, right? So, um,
Right.
do you find it difficult as a drummer to be the front man in a band where you're not playing drums? How much of your brain is still locked into that backbeat and figuring out what the drummer is doing differently than what you would do?
That's actually, it's actually a help, and a bit of hell as well, because and I'm really, really fortunate to be working with a guy like Jimmy. Like, Jimmy and I go back quite a few years, so I know his style, and Jimmy and I actually play a lot very similarly. We have the same kind of style. And my cousin Bob Drago, who used to be in Albatross. Do you recall that, the
Yes.
band in the 70s,
Yes.
with the Palazzolos, Pete Palazzolo? So I take a lot of my style from my cousin Bob. My cousin Bob um, is a huge John Bonham fan, Grand Funk Railroad, that kind of thing. So I kind of borrowed from that, borrowed from that whole 70s, thing. So Jimmy and I have the same style. So when I hear Jimmy play, I'm very comfortable with the way Jimmy plays. So it allows me to just kind of let go and not worry about what's going on behind me,
Sure.
you know.
The other thing,
So,
sorry, the other thing that happens too, and especially a lot with an improvisational singer like David Lee Roth was, there's a lot of
mm,
things that don't necessarily align themselves to perfect measures correctly. Or they drift in the rhythm here or there, or become
oh,
syncopated by accident. And do you find that difficult because you've been trained, your whole life to maintain the meter and maintain the time? Do you find it a challenge to drift in and out of time?
um, well, no, because um, I've listened to the Van Halen records so often, because they play as tight as they are, they're loose. They're like the Rolling Stones. Rolling Stones aren't on a metronome. They're not like solid, solid, solid. It kind of in and out of out of tempo. So and it has this certain kind of swagger. It's almost like you're into your second or third shot of Jack, and you're feeling the music, but you're also in and out of. It's a vibe,
Yeah,
really. So I don't have an issue with the meter if it's slower or faster, because that is actually what makes Van Halen what they are.
gotcha.
They would you can in a live situation they would start really quick, but in the breakdown it actually slows down a little bit, so it's not mechanical. So for me, I'm fine with that. I'm
Yeah,
good. If it was anything else, like if you're playing, say, like Tom Sawyer, which for me, Neil Peart, I was a huge fan of Neil Peart. So I grew up learning that and playing that. That stuff is serious, timekeeping right there. You're off on that. You notice it, and you've heard it so many times that as soon as something is off, you know it. With Van Halen, because it came in and out of tempo, it's actually natural.
yeah,
So it's not a detriment to playing on stage.
for sure. That's a great answer. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Phil Charette, because Phil's in the Simply Queen tribute act, and
Right.
I'm in a Pink Floyd tribute act. So there's a lot of times where, you know, there are songs that I love to play by Pink Floyd, and then there are songs that I'm not so much a fan of, but I'll play them because they're fan favorites, and you have to. But
Right.
I guess I'll pose that question to you. And is there a particular Van Halen song that you really enjoy playing? And on the other side, is there one that if they decided to drop it from the set list, you'd say, well, I guess so, and then close the door and do a little happy dance?
I'm not a big fan of Running with the Devil.
Really? Okay.
Even from the beginning, I just there was nothing about it that I really liked. Um, one and I'm not sure why that is. It never really struck me as a great song. And if you don't play it, people are going to be ticked. I
Yeah.
mean, you have to play it. It's a
Yeah.
staple.
Yeah.
Um, so, which is kind of odd. And yeah, I would rather not play it. But one song that I really like to play, I really like Jump. I like Ain't Talking About Love. That's fun. Um, what else do we do? Beautiful Girls is fun. Dance the Night Away is probably one of my all-time favorites, because it's such a fun song. The melody's amazing, and it's like a rumba almost. Like
Right.
when you think about it, it's a Santana song. Forget the melody. Just think of the groove. Even Tone Loc used the drum bit, right?
Right.
When you think about it, just think about the groove itself. It's like don't go, right?
Yeah.
Easy to dance to.
Yeah.
So you add Eddie's part in there with that melodic, guitar part. Man, it's magic. So that's one of my favorites
Good.
to
All
do
right.
for sure. Did I leave anything out?
No, no, no. That was perfect. You gave me the one that you really wouldn't care about, and the one that you love to play. That's great. How does it work for you being in Barrie, and the rest of the boys are down here? In terms of when you decide this is the set list that we've decided to construct. How do rehearsals work? Do you come down for rehearsals, or do you basically do all of your homework and then just trust that it's going to kind of work itself out at the gig?
Well, I trust the guys to do their part, the musical part. Mark, the other singer, Mark is the Sammy Hagar. We have a very unique show where we have, myself doing Dave's part, and we have Mark DeBlock doing Sammy Hagar's part, he's killer. He's a killer vocalist.
Absolutely.
So Mark will sing, my parts, just, for the guys' sake that are playing their instruments. And then I will come down probably maybe a week before we have another show, and have a couple of, good solid practices. But for the most part, we've played the show so many times. The guys are really just kind of tightening things up for the next show, and then I'll just come down like the week before. Our last show that we did, which was in Alpena, Michigan, I came down the week before the show, and then just went home because I had a couple of solos to do, and then just met the guys up there. So it can be a bit of a challenge, but Chuck Lambrick is, he's basically the musical director of the band, but they're really disciplined guys. They know the stuff. and they're just really just tightening things up here and there, maybe adding something or adding a new song, and they'll just say, okay, we're going to add, Ice Cream Man or something like that, and
Yeah.
I'll just learn my part. For the most part, it's already in me. I just need a little brushing up, and and then just come down and tighten it up. So
Well, that
it hasn't been too bad considering.
yeah, and that's what you get when you are dealing with musical professionals, right? Everybody understands it's the job. I have to
Right.
do the homework. Rehearsals are not for learning the songs. Rehearsals are for tightening up everybody's part. I am horrible at that.
Exactly.
I learn best in a group of people. I cannot learn by myself, and so everybody in the bands, all the bands that I'm a part of, hate me because I show up and I'm like, great, let's learn the song now. So that's
And you're an integral part of the band playing. So you're strictly keyboards, correct?
well, in J sharp, I play mainly keys. Well, actually, yeah, now all keys, and in the Pink Floyd thing, yeah, all keys as well. So
Right. That's pretty integral. So, that's a little bit different with us. I mean, really, it's a four-piece band,
yeah,
whether it's either me or Mark. So it's easier to work those parts out. But yeah, with the Pink Floyd tribute is a little bit more. Um, there's a lot more puzzle pieces to put together.
there are times where it's extremely complicated and annoying, and you want to talk about having to play to a click. When you're trying to do things to a tape loop or something like that. I mean, it's you have to be incredibly disciplined and on tempo, or the whole thing just falls apart.
Absolutely.
Yeah, which is not one of my favorite things, by the way. So. um, I want to ask you the same couple questions that I've asked everyone that's been on the program so far, and that is,
Sure.
you know, given the current state that we're in right now, where we've become these isolationists, or kind of cooped up in our homes, and we're not allowed to go out and congregate. What about that life of about a month ago is it that you miss the most? And then on the other side of that, has there been anything that, due to your forced confinement, let's say, to your surprise, has been rather peaceful or joyful, has brought you comfort somehow?
Wow, that's a stacked question. So, as far as how things were a month ago, because my commute is down the stairs into my shop to build drums, I'm really a homebody, and I'm okay. It's just my wife and me here, so I'm good with that. Plus, I write music here in my studio. I write the soundtracks and jingles and things like that. So we're either hanging out together, or I'm playing music in here. I mean, I do miss playing, and I miss playing, either in the band or with the duo or myself. Obviously, we can't do that now. So creatively, if I didn't have anything here to play, it would be a problem.
Sure.
If there was no outlet, certainly I could see people getting a little bit,
Nutty, yeah.
snaky. Sorry, what was the second part of the question?
The second part was really that, has there been anything to your surprise that you've found has brought you comfort or joy or peace, in the sense that because you've had to remain, an isolationist, I guess.
I found that not, and I wouldn't call it being stuck in the house. I think it's almost, I've kind of turned it around where it's actually an opportunity, because everything has slowed down to the point where you kind of, instead of looking out, you're kind of looking in now, and looking at, what you have. I mean, you don't have to get up at any certain time. There's no schedule. So you actually have more time to think about some things, and more time to create. You have more time to practice, more time to practice or work on your craft, right? So for me, it's kind of a mixed blessing. It's really a strange thing. I've actually started to exercise more, and read a little bit more. So yeah, it's kind of an odd thing, but and actually, I just, within the last couple of weeks, I started a YouTube channel, and I write, meditation, yoga music, new agey kind of, I don't know what you
Yeah.
would call that genre, but that sort of thing. And it's called Twin Soul Meditation. So if you want to check that out, if you want to chill out music, that sort of thing. And some of them, they're like maybe 6 minutes long. Some of them are 2 hours long. It depends. And I've been getting into, so with this isolation, I've been getting into binaural beats.
I
Are you
was
familiar with what they are?
I was just about to say
Yeah.
that the one person who will probably jump all over this conversation is Julie, because she actually does. She uses binaural beats, and in her sacred chakra, whatever
Right.
alignment, dealio, calibrate. I don't understand. Okay, I'm just throwing words out here that I clearly don't understand. But I did hear the term binaural beats, and she has these
Right.
singing bowls and all that kind of. So she's going to be totally into it. But yeah, go ahead and explain for sure.
Awesome. Well, I got into it actually a few years ago. I started reading about, vibration and that sort of thing. And my wife got into it recently after being diagnosed with breast cancer. She was listening to a lot of healing kinds of music. So we got into that, and I did a little bit more studying on it this year on how to create it, how it works. And the way that it works is a binaural beat, let's say in one ear, we'll say is 100 hertz, and in your left ear, you'll have a tone which is 150, no, let's say 110 hertz. The middle part, your middle ear, reads it as 10 hertz. So if, for example, you've got one tone in one ear and in the other, when it meets in the middle, it actually creates a vibration. And sometimes it's faster. The closer the numbers, like if you have 100 in one ear and say 99 in the next ear, it's actually a really slow, lulling tone, like woo, woo, that right? And the further that they are apart, the quicker the tone gets. So the slower the tone, you're looking at more of like deep sleep, meditation. The quicker the tone, you're getting into like studying music, consciousness, that kind of thing. It's actually energetic, and there's different vibrations as well for different parts of, you can talk about chakra cleaning or aligning, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of different purposes, and they're still studying on it.
Yeah,
It's a
for
really
sure.
interesting topic.
Julie actually is infatuated with this, and she will actually, if you're ever looking for somebody to talk to about this, she will go as far as get into quantum entanglement theory. Like she's right into the physics of the whole thing. And
Wow.
she points out in here. She says solfeggio frequencies and binaural beats, as well as tuning forks and singing bowls, are they're a nice add-on to her NLP and chakra meditations, and great for brain entrainment, I guess. Um, but
Exactly.
the one thing that I always equate it to, it's like when you're tuning a guitar, right? It's like that when you got the two strings that are closely aligned, you hear that.
Right. That's exactly what it's like.
Yeah. Um, and there was something else I was going with there, and then as soon as I did the thing, I lost it. Anyway, whatever. Uh,
I think maybe what you were going with was maybe the different tunings that guitar players are using, like it's either 440. Is that where we were going, like
uh,
in different hertz?
no, I had something, man. It's gonna. I guess I was gonna say, for me, I've often wanted to do this. This is where I was going with this, and I can bounce this off you because you know what
Sure.
you're talking about in this regard. I had this idea for an app, and it was a meditation app. And what it would do is you would have to use sliders that would be colors, okay? And the colors would also have a tone associated with them. And it would be a
Yeah.
certain amount of static and a certain amount of warm tone and a certain amount of harsh tone. And it would ask you
Right.
how you're feeling right now. And you would move these sliders around until you got this agitated kind of whatever tone, and then
Right.
you would hit start, and gradually over time these dissonant tones would kind of disappear and would revert down to a clean single solid tone. And I thought, oh, that would
Right.
be a cool emotional journey to be on, but I'm not smart enough to develop that. So any app developers that are out there that are
There
listening,
there actually is a website that is like that. I'll send you the link.
sure.
And actually, as you were speaking, when you said colors and you can with sliders, that's exactly how they are. But how that works is you choose the number of hertz. Like if you want to, like 2 hertz or 5 hertz or 19, you click on it and you see the sliders and they're different colors. They'll go up. and one will come down. When you choose the next one, it'll go up, and you can hear the different vibrations. And it's actually it was created by I can't remember what their scientific title was, but she's into, you know, that sort of thing, and created this website. But what you're talking about is a whole other level altogether, with asking somebody how they're feeling, if they're agitated, if they're, you know, feeling, you know, sleepy, or whatever the
Yeah.
case may be. That's definitely something to look into for sure.
Okay.
But as far as creating that app or that website, yeah, I'm not your guy.
Yeah, I'm not my guy either. I think, you know, but it's important.
You have the idea. You're the idea guy.
I'm the Steve Jobs in here. I need my Steve Wozniak to come in and help me out.
That's right. That's right.
You know, you were talking about frequency, and Julie would certainly support this as well. That, you know, frequency is it's what everything is based on. And I wonder if that's because, or if that's why when we hear, even as non-musicians, we hear something in dissonance, right? When we hear those two tones that are not quite right, and then that dissonance evolves into harmony, it somehow feels more satisfactory to us somehow.
Exactly.
Yeah, interesting.
It's true. Well, they've been doing that. I mean, the Greeks were doing that. The Germans were doing it. I mean, it's been going on for hundreds of years, and there's a whole new argument that's been going on probably for the last 5 or 10 years. You know, the argument between 440 hertz.
Oh, and 432. Yeah.
Our guitars are tuned to 440, but they used to be tuned to 432 hertz, which is not quite half a step down. Which I think half a step is like 430, if I'm guessing
that, yeah.
Right. So half a step is where Guns N' Roses, Van Halen, and some of the other bands are tuned down to. And that actually sounds bigger, like Alice in Chains, bands like that. They were tuned half a step down, and it sounds warmer. So when you're introducing music that is tuned to 432 hertz, which is supposed to be the vibration of the universe, or it's supposed to be anyway.
Yeah.
You know, you could argue that, you know, it does work or it doesn't work, but I've heard there are actually videos on YouTube where they have taken a whole record,
yeah,
and they have, you know, tuned it down to 432. You can hear the difference because you've heard the songs a million times. It's slightly slower, slightly noticeable, but it actually sounds better, resonates better. I play half a step down. I don't play at 432, but it's better for my voice. My guitar resonates better.
Yeah.
I just find, and actually Chuck Lambrick and I were talking about it the other day, the benefits of, I mean, we know what the benefits are of tuning down. Everything just resonates better, sounds fatter. But is it better for the brain? I mean, does it cause dissonance to the listener if things have been turned up to, you know, 440? Because back, I think it was in the 30s or in the 20s, orchestras were actually tuned down to 432, and then it was made a standard sometime in the 40s, I think, maybe the 50s, to tune up to 440.
Yeah, which they now call concert pitch or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what they call it.
At the end of the day, it's just some guys in suits telling us how to tune our instruments, man.
Yeah, the man, once again, trying to get in on our action.
That's right. Man, it has been so great to talk to you. This is definitely the longest chat we've had on the program. So it's just been really fascinating, and I hope that when all of this goes back to normal, I hope there's an opportunity where you guys are playing a show and I can come in and, you know, shake your hand in real life. I think that would.
I would love that.
Be cool.
Would love that. When you say this is the longest talk, are the other people passing out because they've got nothing else to do but drink?
No, it's just, you know, because they're rather informal chats, right? It's just we'll talk until we, you know, have nothing to talk about, and it's not.
If you ask questions, I'll answer them.
Yeah, it's not that we've reached that point in here, but I do want to sing some more and
sure,
get back to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, man, do your thing.
I do want to ask you the last question, which I've been trying to ask everybody, is that, you know, we've all heard the rules and the regulations and what we're supposed to do, but what do you know, in your opinion, you know, what is it that people should be doing or shouldn't be doing right now, and is there something that we could be doing better?
As far as, you mean like the whole social distancing?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? I think what it boils down to is everyone has a different opinion. Everyone feels differently about things. Some don't buy it. Some are in fear of what's going on, whether they're in fear of, their own health or loved ones or whatever it is. I think what it boils down to is, yeah, we have a very odd situation that we never thought would ever happen in our lifetime that just kind of happened like that. Um, but to be quite frank, just really be respectful and just put out a good vibe. You see somebody and you see maybe they're a little bit nervous, just put something, say hi to them, or just be a good person, man. Because
Yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day, it's just going to make everyone kind of slide through this a little bit easier, I think.
for sure. I've been saying,
Respect between everybody's distance and personal space. I mean, this is a great time, like when, the whole personal space issue, this is perfect for people that, have issues with personal space, right?
for
So
sure.
just be respectful, that's all.
Yeah, I
That's
say
all.
it at the end of every one of these programs that all energy and all matter take the path of least resistance, right? There is nothing
Exactly.
nothing in the universe that actually tries to overcome an obstacle. It would rather try to find its way around it. So it takes no effort to be decent, and it takes no effort to be kind, and it takes no effort to be human. In fact, it takes extraordinary effort to act otherwise. So just take the path of least
Too
resistance
much
and be a
energy.
good dude. That's it.
Exactly. Exactly. That's all we can do, brother, to see our way through here
That's
because,
it.
yeah, they're really strange times. So that's all I can offer you. I'm not prophetic or anything like that, but I found that, you get further with a little bit of honey than you do with vinegar,
That's right. All right.
you know.
I can't think of a better way to leave it than right there. It's been a real pleasure.
That's it.
And again, I really look forward to the time when we can actually just kind of meet up in person and with a
I would
good old
love that.
fashioned handshake.
Thank you for the opportunity of speaking with you. This has been amazing, and thank you for the questions. I really appreciate that.
Thank you for being willing to talk and answering the questions. There you go. It's the two-way street. I really appreciate it
All
too.
right.
All right, my friend.
Cheers, mate.
You and your
Have a
wife
good show.
you and your wife be well.
Thank you.
And
You
keep
too.
and keep recording stuff so
Bye
we
now.
can keep playing it.
I will. I'll be doing more this week.
Okay. Sorry. Also, when we're done here, if you wouldn't mind,
Sure.
in the comments section of the video, please put a link to where we can check out the Cajones, or your music, or the Van Halen invasion, or any of that stuff. Just throw a link in
I,
the comments to the video.
in the Facebook,
Yeah, yeah,
in Facebook, yes, I
yeah.
will do that.
Because
I
then
will do that.
it'll show up in the comments for everybody. So that would be great.
Okay,
Awesome, man.
I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, awesome.
We'll talk soon.
Have a great night. Cheers.
Cheers. Well, look at that. A lovely chat with a lovely person, a new Facebook friend. Gotta love it. All right. And that was the longest chat that we've had on the program because there's no rhyme or reason, right? It's just if you find somebody whose energy you just dig and you just go with it. Anyway, about 7 hours ago, somebody asked for a song. So we're gonna do one. And of course, it is. We need to find a title. We need to find a title for Mr. Rob Shepley because he's like the request machine. And he requested this one, and this is actually probably something that I can do with a little bit more ease than the other ones that he's asked for. Even though I've never played it, but I've heard my good friend Dave Gatt play it. So. just never sleeps. The king is gone, but he's not forgotten. I don't know. We had some jazz notes in there for sure. Oh boy, look at that! All kinds of first songs we're playing on the old live cast tonight. It's exciting. It's very exciting. We got some new music here from Mailbox, and I want to put that on real quick, and then I'll pick something else that we're gonna play, or maybe I should say, Rob will pick something else that we're gonna play. It's funny because I think he thinks that I'm angry or resentful out of how many requests that he makes, because he always sends me things at the end of the show saying, "Oh, if I'm asking for too many things, just tell me to stop." No, no, in fact, I won't, because you're doing a great job. I love it, absolutely love it. All right, let me just put on my engineer hat here for a second and get this thing rolling, and then we'll play it, and I'll pick another tune unless you guys have some requests, and then we will come back and play some more music. Anyway, here's some more new music by Mailbox from Windsor.
I can feel that pressure building. Can't stop how I'm feeling. I'm just going through the motions. I'm in the lab making potions, engineering different versions of myself, and putting expectations really high up on that shelf. So if I want to reach it, I'm gonna have to grow, and there is always more to know. So I'm open to opinions, and I think that's my biggest flaw, cause I let other people try to shape me, and they just turn around and cut me like a saw. So I'm taking all the pieces of what's left and living life the way I choose, because I never really know what's coming next, and I wouldn't want to. So I'm closing up the doors and I'm burying the keys. This is not something that I need. You need to be strong now, so you put away those tears. It's time to conquer all your fears. So I'm closing up the doors and I'm burying the keys. This is not something that I need. You need to be strong now, so you put away those tears. It's time to conquer all your fears. Panic stricken, my fear is taking over. Head is spinning and my chest feels like a boulder is sitting on the top of it. I can't catch my breath, ain't no stopping it. I do not need this stress, so don't close your eyes, that only makes it worse. It's a blessing and a curse, and what is it I'll learn? Because I know I'm being tested, and all of the time that I've invested, I know it will be worth it. Cause all the fighting aside, you can see the pain inside of their eyes. But only if you look, cause everybody's got a soul. And we just all trying to dig out of the hole that we were put in. And as we age a little bit, money becomes power, and then we break a little bit. The road to success is only what you make it out to be. But one thing I can guarantee is I'm closing up the doors and I'm burying the keys. This is not something that I need. You need to be strong now, so you put away those tears. It's time to conquer all your fears. So I'm closing up the doors and I'm burying the keys. This is not something that I need. You need to be strong now, so you put away those tears. It's time to conquer all your fears.
There you have it, brand new music to me anyway from Mailbox. So I've got Pamela Taylor, who's a guest on the program this evening, will is in the chat and saying hi to a friend of hers, I'm assuming, Sharon. And Sharon says, "Hi, Pam, not sure what this is about, but I'm interested." Well, let me tell you what it's about. This is my elevator pitch for the show right here. I got bored because I'm an egomaniacal musician that if I don't get to perform for people, I lose my mind. And so I decided one point I would just start rehearsing and playing for people and stream it. And then all of a sudden people started to dig that and they wanted to hear certain songs. So I opened it up to requests. And then that seemed pretty cool. And then I realized that we could be using this growing voice that we have to actually talk to other people and see how they're coping and how they're handling themselves through this entire weird situation we find ourselves in, and creating a little bit of that human contact that we all crave so much. And that's what then this has become. It has become a 5-hour per night commitment on my part to bring you, on behalf of myself, some terribly played music, on behalf of everybody else, some wonderfully played music. And then these conversations that we're having, and we're having these amazing conversations with all kinds of people from all walks of life and all professions, and we're hearing about how they're handling things and how they're coping and their stress relief mechanisms and all that kind of cool stuff. So anyway, there we go. That's what it's all about. So I hope you're interested, and I hope it continues to hold your interest. Mr. Frank Dame from Nova Scotia says he wants to hear Floyd, GNR, AC/DC, Bob Seger, any good rock band from the 1980s. Okay, well, we can probably do that. I know for sure we can do Bob Seger. I'm not so sure about AC/DC, or if we do that, it's going to have to be a little bit later, because I can't do that for very long before my voice really freaks me out. Anyway, okay, well, let's do some Bob Seger then. I was going to do something else, but now that I see that there's a request in there, let's do that instead. And Sharon and Marianne, if you'd like to hear something, all you have to do is ask. Don Curtis has asked for some hip. We'll play some hip after we do some Bob Seger. See, that's as easy as it gets. All right, let's do this one because it's fun. It's easy. I've got a nice beat that we can do for it. It goes forever at the end. Jocelyn can tell you that, and we won't be doing this tonight, but there was one point a few weeks ago where I did a 20-minute ad lib at the end of this song, so we will try to avoid doing that. Here we go. It seems like yesterday, it was long ago. Janie was lovely, she was the queen of my nights. There in the darkness with the radio playing low, and the secrets that we shared every move. We were caught like wildfire out of control, till there was nothing left to burn and nothing left to prove. And I remember what she said to me, how she swore it would never end. Remember how she held me oh so tight. Wish I didn't know now what I didn't know then. Against the wind, running against the wind. We were young and strong, we were running against the wind. And the years rolled slowly past, and I found myself alone, surrounded by strangers I thought were my friends. Found myself further and further from my home, and I guess I lost my way. Oh, so many roads I was living to run and running to live, never worried about paying or even how much I owe. Running 8 miles a minute for months at a time, breaking all of the rules I would bend. Began to find myself just searching for shelter again and again. Against the wind, a little something against the wind. I found myself seeking shelter against the wind. Days have passed me now. I've got so much more to think about. Deadlines and commitments, what to leave in, what to leave out. Against the wind, a little something against the wind. I'm old and down, but I'm still running against the wind. Well, I'm old and down, but I'm still running against the wind. Against the wind, still running against the wind. Still running against the wind. Against the wind. Yep, I'm still running against the wind. Still running against the wind. Still running against the wind. See the young man run against the wind. Watch the young man running against the wind. Somebody better get him some hydration really, really quickly now. Against the wind. For the life of me, I don't know why he wants to run against the wind. You think he'd make so much more progress if he was running not against the wind. 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 There we go. I did go off on a little bit of a tangent there right at the very end, but that's okay. We'll forgive it. Let's get our next guest up here, and then I did see some. Okay, so Don Curtis wants the hip, absolutely, and then Pam said Elton John. Whoa. I just sneezed out a little COVID there, just in case anybody was watching. All right, well, let's get our next guest going here. This person was introduced to me by my daughter and said, hey, I've got a friend who's an amazing musician and has an album and wondered if they can play some stuff on your show. And I'm like, whatever. And of course, then immediately I said, yes, let's do that. It's probably awesome. And we were correct. It was awesome. So we played it a few nights ago, and I believe I played one of them last night. But now we actually get the pleasure of speaking with her in person, or as in person as we can get. And we'll ask her some questions about, being a self-produced musician at her age, because she is considerably younger than I am, as is probably most people on the planet. And I've got her on there. We're all set to go. So please welcome to the program, Miss Aubrey Tarian. Aubrey, are you there? And am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Tarian, like vegetarian.
Okay.
Is what I always say. So.
Perfect. Good.
Yeah.
Well, at least it's vegetarian and not libertarian. Fantastic. So let me let me ask you this. The first question, of course, is everybody in your house okay and well and doing okay and so on and so forth?
Yeah, so currently I'm staying quarantined at my boyfriend's house just because my dad is a little bit older and just to be safe, precautions and all that stuff. So I'm here. We're all doing good. We've been here for about a month. Really haven't gone outside very much, but making music, so
well,
it's good.
Yeah, there are worse places to be holed up than I can see all the fancy music gear behind you. And I apologize. If I appear to be looking past you, it's only because I'm trying to figure out what the stuff on the table there is. So anyway, so is this something new that you're working on? Then is that what's happening in the background there? Are you producing more tracks?
This is actually funny. My boyfriend put up one of my songs. I wrote a song actually while in quarantine, all a cappella, all my voice. And then when I came here to be quarantined, he was like, "Let's work on a song," and I was like, "All right." So he added drums, a kick, and what was the other part there? And a bass, sorry. So he added those two things, and then the rest, every other element is my voice. And it's kind of more of like lo-fi hip-hop, I want to say. It kind of has like a nice little dance beat, like some Cajun drums. Like,
sure.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, fun.
So the stuff that you're producing then, the stuff that, we have, you've given us to play on the program, which is awesome, by the way. Thank you so much. That's all stuff that you've produced and recorded right either at your boyfriend's place or at your home. Basically, you haven't gone into a studio. You've done this all yourselves.
Yes. Yeah, me and my boyfriend both do it together. I wrote the album that I have out currently 2 years ago, but I was just finishing my last year of college. I took musical theater. It was great. But then for the past year, I was working on just recording and figuring out like what sound do I want to, have and produce and stuff. And eventually we finally got it ready to go. And between like the recording of that, I wrote another album, which I'm hoping to put out for October, which we're currently recording now with all this kind of time that I have.
Yeah. And that's the gift that we've really been given in this whole weird situation that we're in, is that we now do have all of this time on our hands that we can devote to things like recording albums or writing poetry or writing books or painting or sculpting or figuring out how to play the accordion or whatever it is that creatively you've always wanted to try but haven't had the time. Now we have it. And the other thing that, obviously you guys have found out is that, we live in an age where technology is so accessible that you can do things like record an album or two or three in your home. And there's an interesting segment that we're doing on Wednesdays on this show, and I would urge you and your boyfriend and anyone else out there in Facebook land or YouTube land that is an aspiring musician. We talk with Walter Riggy, who is a studio owner, and he's got all kinds of behind the desk tips and all that kind of stuff, which is pretty neat. But one of the things that we did talk about on the program is that when you're recording by yourself as an artist, there's a real danger that you become so close to the things that you're writing that it's difficult to see it from a different perspective or to put a different spin on it, which is the role usually that a producer does. So in the relationship with your boyfriend, when you guys are recording together, does one of you act as the producer for the other one's material?
We kind of like co-produce. So I have a whole envision. I like plan out all my things way in advance. I'm very like, if I write a song, usually the music I write is something that maybe I've gone through, whether it's happy or sad. And sometimes I want to put it out there so that if anyone else is experiencing like anxiety or anything like stress or just want to be happy and listen to a song that's like a bop, it makes you good in a good mood. I want to put that out there so that people can have that to kind of hone into. And so I'll come here, I'll play my ukulele, we record with a plug-in and also a live mic, so we get two different recordings. And then sometimes we manipulate the ukulele to be low and have this like low sounding kind of bass sound or guitar sound. He comes in and helps me. I'll tell him I want like drums, I want a bass, and I kind of like, we go in a direction and he'll be like, he'll kind of sometimes he'll do his own thing and be like, oh, I did a thing, do you like this? And sometimes I'll be like, no, or I'll be like, yeah, that's cool, let's keep going with that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what I was kind of driving at is the idea of the producer is that sometimes they bring a fresh vision to something that you are so close to that you can't think of it in a different way, and all of a sudden you go, oh wow, yeah, that's fantastic. I would never have thought of doing that. That's amazing. Right.
Oh,
So
yeah.
yeah, that creative process is kind of neat. And when I started recording, and here I feel like I need to get out my walker and my
Oh, no.
but it was back in the days of tape, and so you had to be really judicious and figure out what it is that you wanted to do. Now with the digital audio workstation and non-destructive editing, you can do whatever you want, however many takes you want. You have all the freedom to experiment. But do you find that also can be somewhat of a trap in the sense that you can have so many different variations and so many different methods or modes of doing it that you kind of get distracted almost?
Yes. So a thing that like, because I also have that my band as well, the Sombers, which I like. I think I sent you a few things, and we like the three of us like we work pretty well together. And what we found best is if we're gonna do a recording of ukulele or whatever instruments we're doing, we do 3 takes, and out of those 3 takes, we pick the best one, and we kind of just either do we love it, do we hate it. And sometimes with new technology, what you can do, at least for me, like when we do a vocal take, I'll sing it full through for the whole song. I'll do 3 different takes, and then sometimes we can pick and choose different parts from each take to make one final like finalization take, if that makes sense. So it's like instead of driving yourself crazy doing so many different, like, oh, do this one verse 8 times, and then you're like, oh, there's too much. Like, we just simplify it in that way.
Yeah, I talked about this this Wednesday with Walter in the sense when I'm recording or composing, I look at it as subtraction composition, right? So I want to put a bunch of stuff in and then start taking things out until it gets to the point where I feel like I like it.
Yeah.
And then the thing you're talking about is compositing, right? So, and that's been a real feature that the new digital audio workstations have, where they do it in what they call takes, where you can mark out a loop and you can say, okay, go through this loop, play back this loop, and every time the loop starts over, create a new take of my recording. And then, yeah, you just go through and say, oh, I like section A of this, B of this, C of this, composite those together, and we're done. And there's my finished solo. Yeah. Which is cheating, by the way. It's cheating.
I find though, as I continue to write and like record more, because recording for me is something that's a little bit newer to like put my music out there. But I find the more I go as a process, I'm currently like I am recording a single that's from my album that I'm writing called Love You. The single is called See You Next Sunday, and it's about family and friends. And ironically, I wrote it back in November, because at the time I was working 3 jobs and I was just so busy and like worried about paying off my student loans that like 2 weeks would go by and it felt like 3 days. And then my family or my friends would be like, hey, we haven't seen you, we miss you. And I would got into this like little hole almost of just getting so go, because that's the world we lived in. I just remember being like, oh my goodness, like, and I didn't mean to like be like that for my family, and I felt so like kind of sad almost. And I quit one of the jobs I had. I changed my, attitude a little bit, and I wrote a song about it. And it's a little bit sad, but to me, it's really home. And I feel like I'm not the only one that's had that experience. Or, you know what I mean? Like when you're in your 20s and that's kind of your era for growing and trying to figure out your career and your discovery and all that stuff.
Sure.
I found for me, writing that song really was like a little time capsule of that moment in my life. And I'm very excited to put it out next month and to do that. But what I found with this new process is I did literally like one take of the vocals, one take of the ukulele, and like it's really great. It is sounding
Yeah.
really cool.
I,
Yeah.
I remember 150 years ago when I was in my 20s too, and yeah, what good times, good times. As artists, we tend to be very emotionally vulnerable in the sense that when we perform, it's an emotional vulnerability to invite other people to judge our art, whether you're a painter or a sculptor or a dancer or a musician or a poet or an author. You're basically asking people to critique the pieces of yourself that you're putting into your performances.
Yeah.
And then because of that, we tend to be very emotionally reactive or emotionally want to absorb the feelings around us. So in a time like this where we have so much fear and apprehension and dread and nerves and do you find that that is coloring the things that you're writing now? Or are you using the writing as a way to kind of push those things away and remain positive?
I find that in this kind of time of uncertainty, what we really need is love and to support one another. So the song I have here, which like I don't know why it's here, but when I wrote that, it was kind of about feeling that like in this moment, I've talked to so many people, so many different artists and my friends and family and stuff, and everyone says the same thing. At first, this whole thing was such a shock when we were all kind of being confined to your home, which honestly I think we are very grateful to be able to have this and to be in an era that like we have so many things accessible to us in our own confinement. But I kind of find that when I would talk to people and stuff, they would say they would just have days where they would have a sad day, they would have a bad day, and the next day they would pick it up. And I'd always would tell them, it's okay, just let yourself be sad, no one knows what the heck's going on. And then the next day, just try to have a better day. And within that, I kind of wrote the song. I kind of was just like goofing off with this little like voice app that's called, I think it's called like a voxcoder thing. And I was just having fun and I kind of just like said whatever came to my mind and kind of just wrote a thing. And in the lyrics that I wrote, one of the parts is that like, I wish the whole world could figure this out and that they could see you now. Because at the time when I wrote the song, not everybody was taking it as seriously as I think we should have been. Which
Right.
now I think it's we're at a better spot with the lockdowns and everything. I feel like everyone's now aware that it is a bigger issue than it might have been seeming in the beginning when it was just a cold or just a flu and things like that. Where now it's like it can affect your family member, it can affect anyone, your friends,
Sure.
children, and I
Yeah.
think that's what's the most important thing.
I,
With that as well is within the song I also made a part where I talk about the fact that it's almost like we're stuck inside but we're stuck with ourselves. And I feel like I've had moments, I'll be honest, where like I've kind of broken down because it's like we're so used to being in a busy world where we can have distractions and not worry about things and ignore how we feel. But when you have this time to kind of actually think about yourself and think about, have that time to reflect, it kind of lets you grow a bit, which I think is a really awesome, positive thing to think about this quarantine time and what we have from like this
Agreed.
thing
Agreed.
on.
I've taken to calling it now. I feel like we're all in what I'm calling cocoon time, right? So we're wrapped up in ourselves, and we're learning all these things that may be the best part of ourselves and the worst parts of ourselves, and learning, what to hold on to more tightly and what to let go of, and then we'll emerge from this in some new celebratory, awesome African swallowtail butterfly way. But more so, the point, or I guess the question that I was having is that because so much of our emotional selves are invested in our music, do you find that you may be tending to write more on the glum side or the gloomy side, or do you find that the environment around you right now is affecting the way that you're writing songs?
Well, currently I've only written two while being in the quarantine. Anything else I've written before, personally, I find it very therapeutic. Because if I go through something or something's going on, I'll grab my ukulele, I'll grab a piano, and sometimes I just put my feelings somewhere. And sometimes it's kind of nice because then you go back to it. And sometimes I personally, I like what I write because I feel that while I'm writing it for myself, in the back of my mind, I also think about writing for others. And I also wrote another song with this friend from Detroit, and it's really fun. And it's not about anything that's going on right now. It's kind of just about, it's called With a View, and it's just about, enjoying life and stuff like that. So I would say
Sure.
it's more, if I do continue to write more stuff, it's in this time would try to be more positive stuff, because I really hope we don't go back to the same world we just came from. I hope we all learn kind of from how busy it was. That the fact that for me, I'm seeing people be like, I can finally cook again. I can spend time with my kids. I finally have all this time to read or do this. And it's like, we should have had that time. Like,
Yeah.
why were we so consumed in that? You know what I mean? Like,
For
it's
sure.
a
For
little
sure.
sad, but
And it's an opportunity right now for us to try different economic models as well. Spain is now going to be flirting with the idea of using a universal basic income, which would alleviate the workload and allow us to have a certain amount of time where we could concentrate on the things that we love to do. I saw you blink the computer back on there, so I have to ask, because it's driving me nuts, because I have to know what is that Logic? What program is that you're
it
using?
is Ableton.
Ableton. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure it out from the layout, and it has a very Logic look to it.
I know it's a little weird and TV-ish, but this is Dan's setup. He has an OP1 right here. I don't know if you guys, he can probably explain that for you, but it's this little gadget thing. It's very confusing to me, but and he has an SP and like a little setup he has when he does his live performances.
Nice, awesome. Well, I think the great thing that can come out of this is that we are all going to be able to get a little more in touch with our creative sides, or a little more in touch with the things that we love to do, and we'll rediscover those things that make us passionate, because human beings are at their best when they're passionate about something. No one ever said, wow, on their deathbed, no one ever said, boy, I'm certainly glad that I spent 60 years going to that accountancy cubicle. And, exactly. It's people talk about climbing mountains and racing sharks, or whatever it is that you do for fun. That's what makes us excited, and that's what makes us passionate, and that's what we need to, I think, keep ourselves going forward with that kind of thinking.
I agree. Yeah.
I want to ask you the same questions I've been asking everybody, and that is, what of the life of normalcy from a few, about a month or so ago, what is the thing that you miss the most being able to do when we were unrestricted? And then on the flip side, has there been something that being cooped up or being in isolation, I know that you have somebody there, and that's awesome, but still being restricted in what you can do, has there been something that, to your surprise, has brought you comfort or joy or peace?
All right, so for the first one, I would say the thing that I would miss the most is performing. I worked with a band, I still work with them, the Family Soul. I don't know if you've heard of them,
Yep.
but I was a backup singer with them. And just before everything happened, I was supposed to do a jazz gala with 4 musicians that are very awesome. They're very wonderful, and I luckily got handpicked who I wanted to be with me in this quartet, but unfortunately, because of everything, it got canceled, which I understand, because safety is absolutely more important.
Yes.
But I would just say, I felt like before this happened, if I was starting to kind of get my little career going, and then it was like, woo, but I'm sure we'll pick right back up right after this.
Sure.
And can I ask you your second question one more time?
Absolutely. So the second, I should really just ask these separately, because people get so invested in them that they forget the second question. No, you're not the first. Trust me. So the second question was, on the flip side of that, what do you miss the most? Has there been something that, to your surprise, you've been able to find comforting or peaceful or joyful in the fact that you've had to have this time of isolation?
Yes. Okay. I feel that slowly I'm getting more peace with myself, and the fact that as much as I miss my family, we do not very often, every once in a while we'll do a little visit, but my family will stay on the porch and we'll be on the road and we'll wave from our car kind of thing and talk on the phone and stuff, and I miss them so much. And I feel like from this experience, I think I'm probably not the only one in this boat, but missing the fact that I can't hug my family anymore. And I think what it makes me appreciate, though, one, this is all done. I've been telling everybody we're doing a big barbecue. We're all going to get a little potluck together, bring our favorite thing, and just have a big celebration that we can all be together again. Because I can't wait. I miss everyone so much, and I feel like everyone probably feels that same.
Yeah, it's definitely been a common thread throughout this conversation that we've been having with people is missing family and missing that human connection, which is kind of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to at least virtually maintain that connection between all humans, and realize that on on the very commonality of it, we're pretty much the same. Commonality. That's a really dumb way of putting it. On the very basic level, yeah, on the very basic level, we're all pretty much the same, and we all want and desire the same things, and we all just ultimately wish the best for each other. And I think that that's kind of what we're trying to show here, and it's working. I mean, like that's how people are responding, so it's fantastic. Um, how do you, someone in your position, age wise, you're at the beginning of your career, you're at the beginning stages in life in terms of your financial independence and things like that, and how do you feel that the government has handled the situation so far, in the sense of being able to provide for people who may not, because obviously no one's making a living as a full-time musician right now. So in your other walks of life, are you finding that the response has been adequate in terms of helping us to maintain our lifestyles until this is over?
I want to say yes and no, because personally, like I worked at a restaurant as well, my other job. And for myself, I was laid off like a month ago, as many other people were. And the yes part would be, at first, obviously, no one expected this to happen. So yes, I think their response was good. Yes, you had to have patience, I feel, with like applying for EI. It was a big hassle for me. And then when the CURB came out, or CERB, that was another option where people said they combined the two. So it was probably a month later when finally I got the money. But I also had some money saved up, so I wasn't too worried. But I also know that some people are in that same circumstance. So
Sure.
I couldn't imagine. Like, I know a lot of people were stressed out, not being worried, like, where am I going to live? Am I going to get kicked out of my home? Like, how am I going to get food? How am I going to pay my bills? And luckily, I'm grateful that I'm allowed to be here with my boyfriend right now, and my worries are a little bit less, and I don't have many bills yet. I'm sure they'll be coming soon. But
Oh yes, you haven't got to the interesting part of the brochure on adulthood yet. Trust me, that's,
yeah,
that's still
quite
coming
soon,
up.
though, I hope.
Uh,
But on the other hand, I do know people that are students and weren't working, weren't giving, like, they weren't given money. But I think something went out, like, recently, that now there is going to be that benefit release for students as well. But, like, I also have a friend that I think she quit a job a little bit before this happened, and she wasn't able to, like, be eligible for it, something
right.
like that. Just, like, little things that, like, some people can't qualify because they didn't make enough money or something between that.
Sure.
And I just feel like, how are they, handling these things, right? So
Absolutely. And it's got to be a difficult proposition, even from an administrative point of view, when you're talking about, a country of 30 some odd million people.
oh,
Where do we find money to just give to people?
right.
There's a whole lot of theories on that, and we don't need to get into that. But anyway, um, the last question and thank you so much, by the way, for being willing to do this and
Oh,
lending
thank
your
you for having me. It was
lending your
awesome.
voice to the conversation. It's great, and it's great to hear things from different perspectives, right? Because sometimes
Oh, yeah.
we tend to get too attached to people in our own groups, and so it's great to hear from somebody outside. And may I say that, much like my children, I consider to be very articulate and well spoken and well grounded. You are very much the same way, and it restores my faith in the future of humanity. So good on you. The last question then that I have for you is really, we've heard from the government, municipally, federally, and provincially, what we're supposed to be doing, what we're not supposed to be doing, but just your own feeling. What is it that you feel people should or shouldn't be doing, and is there something that maybe we can be doing better?
I would say, like, in the beginning, there was a lot that I think we could have been doing better, but now slowly it's gotten better, that people, I think, are finally following the rules. There are starting to be protests in Windsor. I just recently saw today, of people that want to get haircuts again and want to get this and get that. And I was talking to Dan last night. I was like, I find it so interesting that, like, as humans, we kind of all learned, like, one trade, and we have money as this thing that we use to barter and trade. But it's almost like, why can't you cut your own hair? You know what I mean? Like, why is that such a big issue right now? Like, there's people's lives that are kind of on the line. There's nurses, there's people that, like, there's way more important things than getting a haircut or going to a restaurant right now. And I think staying home is the most important thing. Yes, going outside maybe if you can, to go for a walk. Like, we go for walks, like, at nighttime when there's absolutely no one around, because we just want to be safe and we
Yeah.
want to make sure we're taking those precautions. Um, But I would just say, like, I know not everyone is in the same boat. I know some people do have to still work, and there's some people that still, have to get groceries and all that stuff. But what we have done in, like, this home for this time of period, like, if we're getting groceries, one person goes out, they do the groceries, they come back, we sanitize everything down,
Yep.
we put it away. We're, like, are very safe, and it's, for me, I've had moments where it feels almost like you're living in this weird reality now of this, like, weird bubble. Like, you still want to be aware of what's going on, but it's almost like if you get aware too much, it's almost a little bit scary, but you don't want to, like, ignore what's going on either. And so I find that, like, we get so used to just, like, having, like, some dinner together and, like, doing our own thing and working on music, and then all of a sudden something happens and it brings you back into the reality, brings you back into that moment,
Yeah.
and you're just like, oh my goodness, like, I'm so grateful that none of my family members or my friends or their parents or anyone are affected by it. And I really hope that is the case, that it stays that way. But my heart goes out to the people that are affected by it, that are having family members that are in the hospital, that are alone. And
Yeah.
that's the thing that scares me the most, is if you get this disease, you go alone in the hospital. If you die from it, you die alone.
Yeah.
Like, and that I don't think anyone would want to have happen to their own family or their friends. Like, and I think that's what people need to think about, rather than being like, oh, I want a haircut or I want this.
Sure.
And I feel like it's frustrating, but I can't control, other people. I can only control myself.
It goes back to the whole thing of, like, it's not necessarily about whether you're going to get it or not. It's about who you may pass it on to before you even know that you have it. And in our house, as you know, because you know Zoe, there's a huge concern
all
about.
your kids are out there. I've been there a few times.
Okay, well, yeah. But there's a huge concern because we're on high alert even when there's a common cold that's going around the house. So especially now that there's a respiratory compromised disease going on, it's like, we are definitely in the bubble. And you're right. There are times where we'll be laughing and joking or playing games or whatever, or just having a really great conversation, and everything just seems normal. And then all of a sudden in your head, or at least in my head, all I hear is the that one famous announcer voice from the movies, right? And it'll be like in a dystopian future. Like that's all I hear.
You're like, what's going on, Margaret?
Yeah. And then I'm like, oh no, that's my reality now. I am literally living in some kind of weird dystopian future movie.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Anyway, again, thank you so much for this. It's been really wonderful to talk to you.
Thank you.
The track that I had queued up here is Sandman, because I really, really enjoyed it when I listened to it the first couple of days ago. Do you want to set it up in any way in terms of telling us a little bit about what motivated you to write it, or what it's about, or anything like that?
Sure. Okay, so Sandman, I would say, is one of those songs about personal growth. I will say it was kind of about, like, kind of not like toxic relationships, but being with people maybe that weren't that great. I would say, like, personally, they're about, like, some exes I had, but I'm with a great guy now, so that doesn't matter. But
it's very Taylor Swift of you.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But I kind of, the way I write is sometimes I'll just set up my chords and I'll put, like, my phone on record, or I'll have a notepad next to me and I just sing whatever comes out, because sometimes it just releases any energy or tensions that I have. And for that, I just kind of wrote how I felt, because sometimes in relationships I find that we live in also a very judgmental world, because everyone has trauma, and we all, I feel like, bury all these things very deep down, and we're afraid to kind of dig deep and put it on the surface and acknowledge it and grow. And that I feel sometimes when I was in those relationships, those people would take those things and project them onto me.
Sure.
And sometimes that happens, and you can either, like, and I have, my motto is, like, have courage and be kind, because I'd rather be a kind person through and through than, like, I don't know. But for that song, I kind of just wrote about it and that experience I had, because I was like, I dated someone who basically kind of cheated on me the whole time, and I found out after the fact, but I kind of had a hunch the whole time we were dating, but I didn't want to think that, because I wanted to think the best of that person, and I didn't want to, hopefully I was hoping that wasn't the case, but unfortunately it was. And I kind of found it interesting, because in the relationship they would always say, oh, you're going to cheat on me, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, you can't wear this, you can't wear that. And I remember being like, screw that, and I left, because I was like, I kind of know my worth. And like heck, after a while of second chances and stuff, I didn't want to be treated like that anymore, and I don't want my daughter, if I ever have kids in the
Sure.
future, to have to feel that way. And I want them to be empowered and not to feel that they have to stay in something that really isn't working or is toxic. And so with these lyrics, I wrote, as the chorus goes, everyone loves that. It's very catchy and stuff, but it's very just like, you try to accuse it, but it wasn't me, because it was you the whole time. Because I found out after the fact that it wasn't me. I was going crazy because there was gaslighting, narcissisticness, manipulation, and he was basically a pathological liar. But at the end of the day, I've kind of come to a moment now that, like, I can't hold on to those things either. I wrote a song about it 2 years ago, and it's done, it's gone, right?
Yep.
And I always find to, like, within myself, to kind of just find that conclusion, or like, kind of for myself. So I've forgiven those people, I've forgiven them. I don't forget, because you don't want to be treated like that again, but I always find it's better to forgive and forget, or not forget, sorry, and then just kind of move forward.
Yep. And you get your cathartic release by actually writing a song about it. It's like the "You're So Vain" song from Carly Simon, right? Where it's like, I get to give you the virtual finger every time that song comes on. It's great. Well, again, thank you so much for being a part of this, and we're going to jump right over to that as soon as we disconnect from here.
Awesome.
And I hope you stick around for a bit and listen to me butcher some more songs. And
you're doing great. Don't worry. I've been watching this whole thing. I watch every night.
Nice.
I tune in.
Nice. Yeah. So and then we'll definitely, when you have more stuff, please send it over, because I think I only have two things. I have Roses and Sandman, and that's the only thing I have. And you may have sent some other stuff, but there's so many messages that come in sometimes that I just get lost. So yeah.
The other one in the album is Fly, but yeah.
Yeah, just send them.
Roses is another song. It has a deeper meaning than it seems. Yeah, that song's underlining is about anxiety, but it was also about watching a friend go through a breakup, a really bad one, and I helped her through that. But it was also about anxiety, and the way that I almost produced the music of it is it's very fast paced, because when you're at high peak anxiety, sometimes it's different for like certain people and stuff, but you can find that, like, you feel like everything's too much, very claustrophobic, and like the beat of the song is very fast paced, and it's kind of like
tense,
kind of like a poppy song, I want to say, but then the second half goes and it slows down, and if you breathe along with the piano chords, it's there to help you kind of slow down. And then that part of the song is it's like kind of a journey. And that part of the song is like when you find that calmness, when that person or that thing that helps you just relax happens, and that goes away.
Yeah.
So that's what that song is about.
So
But
don't ever let anybody tell you that writing pop songs is not about, something on a deeper level. There you go. Awesome. So thank you so much, and we're gonna play your tune right now, and then I'm gonna be back to play some more stuff. So Aubrey, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
Okay, we'll talk soon.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
I don't know how.
Well, there we go. She was about to say there, I don't know how to end the call, I think, and that we just did. So there we go. All right. Well, we're going to flip over to this. This is Sandman from Aubrey Tarian, and then we'll be back and we'll do some more of your requests. I see there was a call for some Elton John and some hip. So you guys have been patient, and we will reward that patience.
I ran away from the Sandman. I didn't do it. They tried to accuse it, but it wasn't me. Sandman, oh Sandman, you said you felt lost here. Sandman, oh Sandman, maybe you never belonged. I gave you my heart. All you did was tear it apart. So I ran away from the Sandman. I didn't do it.
Well, there you go. I dig that tune, man. I really do. It's got a great, catchy, yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I'm not going to lie. Don't let them tell you that they're not writing any good new music. There's some right there. All right. Well, we got some a request for some hip. So let's try that out here. I don't know if I've ever played this one before, but we'll try it. That'll work for the first part. I don't know why I always get screwed up on the 2 and 4. You think it would be like the most natural thing in the world, right? But I don't know. That's better. Sort of. Oh, no, it's not. Good Lord, what is happening? One more time. Sheesh. That's pretty good. All right. Let's just do it. Let's just do it with that, and it is what it is. This is what you get. You get the behind the scenes footage here of all like the fears that go through our heads as musicians when we're trying things for the real time, for the first time in real time. Capos. Shot a movie once in my hometown. Everybody was in it, miles around. At the Speedway, some kind of Elvis thing. Well, I ain't no movie star, but I can get behind anything. I can get behind anything. Get it out, get it all out. Stretch that thing, make it last, on lease until the supper bell rings. The taxi driver likes his rhythm, never likes the stops. when you're blowing high dough. Out at the speedway, same Elvis thing. Well, I can't catch her, but I can get behind anything. Yeah, I can get behind anything. Sometimes the faster it gets, the less you need to know. But you got to remember, the smarter it gets, the further it's gonna go. When you blow it high dough, when you blow it high dough, yeah, you blow it high dough, you blow it high dough. Out at the speedway, same Elvis thing. There you go. A little tragically, everybody can get behind, I think. And if you can't, I'd like to know why. I will be the first to admit the Tragically Hip, not one of my favorite bands, but I like that tune. There's a bunch of tunes from the Tragically Hip I like. Oh, the Fairy Pea. Or the Golden Storytime books. Do you guys remember that? It'd be like, when you hear this sound, turn the page. Memories of my youth. All right. We had a request from Pam Taylor for some Elton John. She didn't specify the Elton John, which I guess means I get to pick. So, I want to do this one. I know I've done it a couple of times, but Dave Jr. suggested it, and it's got such a great groove to it, and a great beat, and a great melody, and everything about it is great. It's just all great. So yeah, let's do this one. Woodblock for Jocelyn. I believe in love, it's all we got. Love has no boundaries, costs nothing to touch. Won't make money, can't you sleep? Curled up with my father, that means something to me. Churches and dictators, politics and papers, simple, and hate breeds those who think difference is the child of disease. Father and son make love and guns, families together kill someone without love. I believe in love. Without love, I wouldn't believe in anything that lives and breathes. Without love, I'd have no anger. I wouldn't believe in the right to stand here. Without love, I wouldn't believe. I couldn't believe in you, and I wouldn't believe in me without love. I believe in love. I believe in love. Woo! Gosh, such a good tune. Rob, I'm pretending not to see that line that you just posted in there. Astronomy Domine. Oh, man. I think it's an A, actually. Oh, man, I don't know. Let me think about it. Let me think about it, Rob. You got to give me a few moments on that one. Oh, boy. Astronomy Domine. Who even knows that tune, man? Come on. I know if Corey were here, he'd jump all over it. Oh, let's see. What else can we do? We did the hip. We did the Elton John. Let's try this one again. This one, it's so much fun. The beat is amazingly complicated to try to do on a looper, and that's why I like it. That's why I like it. So let's see here. Except, you know what? It shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be that. It should be it should be the snare. It should be a snare. Let's try it again with a snare. All right, so like a... That's better. We get a little roll in there. Let me get these guys. Some woodblock. Piper at the Gates of Dawn is an amazing album. I agree, but Astronomy Dominates, that's super hard, dude. Let me think. Let me think about how that's going to work. In the meantime, let's try this one again. Just for me. This one's just for me. Is all inside your head, she said to me. The answer is easy if you take it logically. I'd like to help you with your struggle to be free. There must be 50 ways to leave your lover. She said it's really not my habit to intrude. Furthermore, I hope my meaning won't be lost or misconstrued. So I'll repeat myself. At the risk of being crude, there must be 50 ways to leave your lover. 50 ways to leave your lover. You just slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. Don't need to be coy, boy. No, you just get yourself free. Hop on the bus, Gus. Don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee. Yes, and you get yourself free. Hop on the back, Jack. I'll make a little plan, Stan. You don't need to be coy, boy. No, you just listen to me. Hop on the bus, Gus. Don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee, and get yourself free. She said it grieves me so to see you in such pain. I wish that there was something I could do make you smile again. I said, well, hey, I appreciate that. Would you please explain about the 50 ways? She said, why don't we both just sleep on it tonight? And I believe that in the morning you'll begin to see the light. And then she kissed me. I realized she probably was right. There must be 50 ways to leave your lover. 50 ways to leave your lover. You just slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. You don't need to be coy, boy. No, you just get yourself free. Hop on the bus, Gus. Don't need to discuss much. You just drop all the key, D. Yes, and get yourself free. Hop on the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. No, you don't need to be coy, boy. If you just listen to me. Hop on the bus, Gus. Don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee. Yes, and get yourself free. Woo! There we go. Yeah. What's the name of the game? Wow. I'm going to have to look that one up. That's a challenging one. Well, I don't know if Mr. Corey McCrindle's online, but he was asking for an original tune, and I see Julie asked for a couple original tunes, but I did kind of get one out to prepare for Corey if he was listening up there in Kenora. And I've never tried this one on my own, and I've never tried it with a looper, so we're going to see how it goes. It has my least favorite chord on the guitar, B minor, in it. But we're going to see how it goes. So here's an original one. Haven't played this one in quite some time. This is one of the ones that we're considering recording with the J Sharp crew. So. That one's weird to play on guitar for me. You know, not being a guitar player and all feels a little bizarre. Should have just done it on a piano. Oh well. All right. Well, let's get our next guest on here. I ran a couple of moments overtime with that. Sorry about that, Pam. But that's how it rolls when you're kind of doing everything by yourself. You lose track of time. You don't have a big clock in front of you that's saying, "Hey, jerk, you got somebody that wants to talk to you." So let's go ahead and get Pam set up. Let's see if we can get her on the line here. And we'll have some great conversations. All right. Well, I've got her on video. I don't have her live yet just because we're getting some things set up. I'm going to switch it away from the pants cam here so that she can actually see my face. And I'm going to ask if it's possible for her to turn her phone sideways so that we can get a widescreen video. And if not, that's okay too. But, oh, perfect. That looks so great. All right. Well, without further ado, let's just flip over. And there we go. Miss Pamela Taylor, how are you?
You know what? It's because I usually do the sideways thing, but that's okay. You know what? It's good as it is what it is.
Well, no.
I should have sat in my other, you know what? Do I got a second?
Yeah. Hang on.
I could have put it in my other lighting system and sat on my other chair, but all right, I'll do that. Take me 2 seconds.
All right. Here, I'll flip back over. Here we go. Now you don't see the behind the scenes stuff. All the secret studio. Oh, I see, because she has a backdrop that looks fantastic when it's in portrait mode. Gotcha. We can just turn it back to portrait mode. That's fine. You can be in portrait mode. Do it. Turn it back over. It's all good. Whatever feels comfortable for you. All right. I think we're going with this. All right, here we go. Let's go back over.
Yes.
All right, don't worry. I had you muted and off the screen for that whole time, so everything's great. I see what you're doing now. You have a backdrop, which looks phenomenal when the phone's in portrait mode. Yeah. We can turn it back to portrait. It's up to you. I just want you to be comfortable.
What's the difference for you as far as like when is it harder for you to see me, or when I turn the phone the other way? No,
it's just that because I have the windows are in landscape mode. So when the
Right.
phone's in landscape mode, it fills the whole window. Otherwise, we get a narrow shot, which it really doesn't matter. Your backdrop looks great. So if you want to flip it back, we can.
I know, but it's kind of like.
Yeah.
Do you see a mess back there? No.
No, everything's great. Come on, it's a pandemic, for God's sake, Pam. No one's judging you on your housekeeping. Let's go. Oh my goodness! All right.
I'm used to doing my lives, and I'm always like right set up in my little station. So I thought,
yeah.
Okay, and I thought about going to my other station, but this'll work, Chris. This'll work.
All right. See, I had to come along and screw everything up. All right, here we go. First, let me ask you the main important question. How's everybody doing? Everybody safe and okay? And not just you, but all the assorted critters as well.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Everybody's good. Okay, fantastic.
All my fur babies.
Excellent. So, this is pretty much an informal chat like we've been doing with everyone, and I see that you're fantastic and got a whole bunch of friends to jump into the chat as well. So any questions that you have for Pam or that you want me to relay to Pam, feel free to leave a comment as we're going, and we can certainly pass those along. But I did want to talk to you on a number of different things, not just because you're a very dear friend of mine, and I wanted to check in with you and see how things are going and how you're coping. But I also wanted to talk to you because you do own several businesses, and I want to know how this has affected those businesses. But first, let's talk about how are you coping? What are you guys doing to kind of stay busy and stay focused while all this is going on?
Well, me personally, Chris, I've been doing some self-education on network marketing. So I've been diving right into that, keeping my mind busy. And doing a lot more. I'm working a lot more with my makeup business. It's doing really well. So that's what I'm doing to stay busy, keep my mind occupied, is educating myself.
Gotcha. Which is fantastic, and that's exactly what a great way to kind of pass this extra time that we've been granted is why not discover a few more things about yourself, or better yourself, or seek to develop those things about yourself that you just never have had time to do before. Um,
That's right.
so let's talk about this the makeup business that you have. It's called Unique, and I've seen that you have done some online or a bunch of online, programs with it. Or I don't know if programs is the right word, but maybe you could explain a little bit about what those are about. And have you noticed an increase in demand for those kind of things now that we're all stuck in front of our computers, for lack of a better term?
Oh my goodness, Chris, you wouldn't think that that it would be as booming as it is right now for this month. With a lot of women at home, where they're not putting their makeup on, and because why? Where are we going, right? But we're finding that after the 4 weeks, it does make us feel better. It gets us out of that rut that we're feeling. Because we don't know what to do with ourselves, and there's all kinds of great jokes out there about the hairdressers and the nail people and all that stuff. But in reality, just putting our makeup on and doing our hair makes us feel better. It lifts our spirits. So surprisingly enough, my sales is booming this month, and I think it's got a lot to do with the fact too that we're at home, and us women, we have the shop itch. And I think that it's true. Like, we want to get out, we want to shop. So shopping online seems to be the way things are going anyways. And this month, I feel like I'm sending my link to so many women right now, and they're jumping on it. So I think it's getting that shopping they need out of their system.
Sure. Yeah. And this raises an interesting point because, a lot of times now I work in technology. That's my day job. And, oftentimes we have to combat this whole feeling about, how buying and selling on the commerce on the internet is not safe because, I'm putting my credit card information into the beast. And I have a really quick analogy that I'll come back to later about that. But do you think that now, when we're forced to be in more of a delivery mode system, via Amazon or the grocery store or what you do, for example, do you think that this is going to be a real positive boost to the safety and security of commerce online?
Absolutely, I do. I think it's going to change a lot of things even after. Who knows where the end is on this, but I think it's going to change a lot of people, and I think unfortunately, it's going to change a lot of businesses. Where I think businesses are going to stop and say, hey, wait a minute, this is working. They're saving money. And unfortunately, I think some people are going to actually lose their jobs over this.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely, I think it's a safer way to go too. Although I got to stop and think about the packages. They're being handled all the time.
That's very true, but the point is that once, because I mean, Amazon might as well just have a depot on my porch lately. I mean, we have gotten so much stuff delivered to us, it's ridiculous. My neighbors think I'm insane. But we're sanitizing everything as it comes in. We unpack it and sanitize it on the porch, and then bring it in the house. And that's maybe another reason why my neighbors think I'm insane. But we have health risks here. We have to take care of that. But I think, like you said, a lot of businesses may be discovering that the world of online commerce or the world of online shopping is something that they maybe never thought about before, but maybe an extra revenue stream if and when things do go back to normal.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've had a few women join me during this period, and that is the biggest reason, just a different income to come in to help out during this time. I think people are looking more and more towards it. Our company alone, I think they've signed up over 68,000 women just in this last month.
Wow. That's quite an increase.
That's insane,
Yeah,
right? That's insane. I mean, we're in a lot of countries all over the world, mind you. But I think that's insane. More and more people are going towards online purchasing. You said yourself. I mean, we're going on there. I'm ordering food from Amazon.
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to float this little thing out there really quickly about, because oftentimes that's one of the things that we get asked in technology all the time is, how safe is it really to shop online? And my response is this. Okay, when you're shopping online, you're talking about something that's traditionally a 2048-bit secure socket layer encryption. That transaction happens in a microsecond. So somebody must be monitoring what you're doing and be able to decode all that information in real time, which doesn't happen. So unless they're doing something like downloading your information afterward, that's always a risk. But here's the weird thing. People don't think twice about going out to dinner and paying with a credit card. Now, what happens there? You hand the waiter your credit card that has the number on it. On the flip side, has your CCV code. It has your signature on it. He disappears from the table. You have no idea what's happening with that card. He could be making a copy of it. He could be writing all the information down. He could be photocopying your signature. He brings it back to the table. You add your tip. Everybody goes home. Suddenly, you find that somebody's been buying things with that credit card. So I think it's weird how we attach this insecurity to a technology we don't really understand. And yet somehow we think that it's safer to just kind of willingly hand over all this information to another human being, right? So do you find that there's any trepidation at all when you're talking to either your clients or when you're helping get other women set up in the same or similar kind of businesses? Do you find that there's some kind of talking points you have to go over about the security of buying online?
Absolutely, I do. I definitely do. I have women that they prefer to pay cash. And you raise a great point, Chris. We hand our credit cards to waiters every time we're at a restaurant. We put it in the machines when we're paying for gas. We do that all the time. I think that we have a better chance of being hacked on Facebook than we do have a chance of our credit card getting hacked on an online shopping. I mean, mind you, there's probably some online shopping that is, probably not safe because there's some fake sites out there. You have to be careful.
Sure.
So I suggest, always do your research first. Sometimes even I've, been with that person that just, spontaneously orders something and then said, geez, maybe I should have looked that up before I just did it.
Yeah.
And then maybe, sometimes I get good reviews. Sometimes I just cross my finger and it'll work. But definitely, I think that it's definitely a problem that we have in society right now, that some people think that exactly what you said. They think that their credit card is in jeopardy. So I do have to discuss that with people. And the other thing too is when you order from a site, they want to save your credit card.
Yeah.
Right. And we have that option on our site to save the credit card, and people don't want us to save it, but it's safe. It really is safe, because they all have their own, like you said, their own scripter to make sure that nobody hacks their sites.
And I think actually there is something now going forward legally that sites are no longer allowed to save that information. And I think it depends on the business that it's in, but you're no longer allowed to retain credit card information specifically so that somebody can't download your database and be done with it, right? It's weird. There's a bunch of different ways to handle it, but I think another good analogy is to look at it this way. Listen, people see these banners on Facebook or whatever for these incredible deals for places they've never heard of before, and they have really weird looking internet addresses, and they click on them and then they find out. It's like if you were driving down the street and some dude opened his raincoat and said, "I got cheap watches in this alley. I'm selling them out of my van." Would you go? Yeah, it's just use a little bit of common sense and think about and do a little investigation, right? It's like, yeah, Sal's alley van sales. We're selling microwaves for $5. Like, come on, let's think about it a little bit. We have a comment in the chat here from Marianne Ribberty that says that your other business is a frontline worker business, which is towing. And that's something that's important to think about, is the fact that, those are people that still have to be out and working and in contact with people every day. So absolutely hats off to, the workers that are doing that every day. But can you speak a little bit about maybe the challenges about having that kind of a business in the climate today?
Well, it is a little challenging because with us, we do roadside service, and we are a frontline business. And some people don't think of that, but if you were broken down on the highway, you would definitely need my business to come and help you. Our challenges definitely are when we do get to the scene of a vehicle, and if somebody can't leave the scene of the vehicle and they need to ride with the driver, that's an issue because they're not 6 feet apart.
Yeah.
So what we've tried to do, and the majority of our work is with CAA, so they usually prep the customer first to let them know that the driver would like you to leave the keys in the vehicle or in your mailbox, something like that, so that they're not connected to the driver.
Sure.
But we do actually come into that problem when they're on the side of the highway. We can't tell them, you can't get in our truck. So what we have to do during this time is we have to have them, yeah, they have to call a taxi or something, or have somebody else pick them up, but because we can't put our drivers at risk.
Absolutely. And that's, commendable that you're putting the safety of your drivers and your employees ahead of things like that. Because I have to wonder, has there been pushback from people like that where it's like, well, what do you mean I have to take a taxi? I'm calling you to tow my car. Why can't I? So, has it been relatively positively received, or have there been, some instances where you get people that are just, they're already bent out of shape because something's wrong with their car, and now it's just, yeah. So, how has the reception to that been? Are people generally okay with it?
Well, in the beginning, Chris, it was really hard. People were getting offended. What do you mean I have to wait beside my car? Or why can't I be there? Or, well, that's just wrong, But as time progressed, like everybody else, we got used to it, and we started to really realize this is serious stuff. In the beginning, even I thought, it wasn't that serious, but obviously it got real serious real fast. So in the beginning, yes, we had a lot of people that were upset with the rules. But now everybody's being very cooperative. We don't have everybody's, like I said, they're being very cooperative.
Sure.
So we're doing okay that way.
Yeah. Well, that's good. It's good that everybody, like I said, because it's an emotional time, right? You're not dealing with somebody that's coming in to browse for a nice purse or, a pair of pants or something. You're dealing with somebody who's at the end of their rope because the transportation tool that they're using has broken down, and all they're thinking about is how many thousands of dollars this is going to cost. And now you're telling me I can't get, yeah. So I can see how people would very easily kind of lose their minds and want to snap. So it's great to hear that people are, erring on the side of being decent and just understanding and willing to work with everybody on this. The question I have for you, it's kind of seems interesting to me that, or I guess what I want to know is, because we've all been told to stay at home and we're not driving as often as we are to work, and so on and so forth, have you seen a decrease in the amount of calls that are coming in, or has it pretty much remained about the same?
We've decreased, Chris. We're about 35% decrease in call volume, and that's to be expected. Like, a lot of people aren't working. We're not commuting. So yeah, I've definitely seen a decrease in calls for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it makes sense, right? You're definitely, you're not using the vehicles. Right now I'm getting about 800 miles to the gallon on my van, so it's absolutely
Right.
absolutely fantastic.
What's happening is we're getting more and more boosts because cars are sitting. They've been sitting for a month.
Right.
And they go to start it, and they need to boost. We get so many boosts in a day now. Like, a majority of our calls are boosts.
That's
right now.
I never thought about that, but yeah, people are letting their cars sit, and if you had a weak battery, then definitely, if you're not out there starting up your car every day, yeah, that's interesting. I never thought about that. There you go.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's what happens. Yeah.
You touched earlier on the fact that, like, there may not necessarily be a social need for applying makeup or whatever, but that there is certainly a benefit to you as a person, that it does make you feel pretty. And I think that right now, that's an important thing. I think we still need to, every once in a while, kind of, and men too, we need to gussy ourselves up. I need to get out of my sweatpants or my pajama pants and put on a decent pair of pants and things like that, just so we can make ourselves still feel some sense of normalcy. And are you hearing that a lot? And is that why people are still, wanting to purchase these products?
I believe that is what it is, Chris, because at first, like I said, everybody really didn't care. We weren't putting makeup on, and then we started feeling worse and worse, right? We're not getting dressed, we're not putting our makeup on, we're not doing our hair. And then after a few weeks, I think we just kind of said, you know what? We need to get up, get dressed. It brings our spirits up. It lifts our energy levels up, So, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of losing track of thought here.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It happens. I'm also kind of in the wavery mode at this. I think we all are, right? We're as the days go by, we're getting squirrelier and squirrelier. So,
but you know what? I wanted to bring this up to you, Chris. Is an interesting fact that cosmetics industry is recession proof. We are number 3 on the list of recession proof.
Really? And why is that? Is there data why that is, or just because it's?
When I read up on it, because we already knew that, being in the company, I already knew that it's something that we push and that we say all the time. We are recession proof. So I thought, I'm going to look this up. Like, what is it? And basically, it's exactly that reason. We still want to look good and feel good. Women still buy their makeup. So they're number 3 on the list. Number 1 is definitely your food, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the food industries and the big box stores and the groceries. Those were ahead of cosmetic. That's it.
That's so interesting because if you had asked me, and I wouldn't have not have created that same list in my head. That's so interesting.
It's number 3 on the list.
Yeah.
Cosmetics, hygiene,
Weird.
right? So toilet paper was on that list.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
We-
the new
well, there it is.
that's
There
the
it
new
is.
gold
If
right
people
now.
knew the list. That's probably why they were going crazy, right?
Yeah.
Hygiene, toothpaste, and toilet paper were up there on the list. But yeah, cosmetics were number 3. So again, a recession-proof business is a great business to get involved in too, right?
Yeah. Now with your street, when you go out and you do these, like, what is it that you're doing? It's like a tutorial kind of thing, is it
Mhm.
not? At some point, so walk me through how that is, because like I'm not a woman and I don't generally wear makeup, so like I guess I'd like, why would I need a tutorial?
Well, a lot of women don't know how to apply makeup correctly, or they don't know what colors to put on, what matches their skin tones, what matches their eye colors, how to make their eyes look bigger, how to fill in an eyebrow, how to make their lips look more plump, how to make your face look more thinner. So I do tutorials on how to do that. All
Okay.
those great little tricks to make us look younger.
I mean,
Right?
you're talking to a guy. As far as I know, guys only see 7 colors, right? We don't say, if you talk to Julie, she'll say, "Oh, that's a lovely shade of periwinkle," and I'll go, "Yeah, it's sort of like a light purple." Or that's a coral.
Periwinkle's a pretty color.
That's a coral. I don't know what a coral is. That looks pretty peachy orange to me. I don't. Anyway,
You're good. That is coral.
but yeah. So is it? Do you find that is something that you get a lot of call for? That you have a lot of people that are very curious in either. I just would have thought that because women grow up around that thing for so long that they just have more of a natural. A natural idea of how to do that. But I guess, like everything else in life, there are ways to teach you to do it better.
Absolutely. A lot of the young girls today, they got the YouTube, right? And they go on YouTube and they learn how to put on their makeup and stuff like that. My target is more like the 50 and up, 40 and up, 50 and up women. That is my market. And that's because as we get older, we tend to let ourselves go a little bit, right? Why bother putting the makeup on? I've been married for 25 years,
Yeah.
Why should I dye my hair? I'm just going to throw it up in a bun anyway. That's sort of it too. I like to get out there and show women that you don't have to feel that way. You can still feel young, beautiful, attractive, good inside and out. I mean, and by doing your makeup and your hair. That's why I'm so close to Miss Coach Kat there that you had on the other night. She inspired me in many ways to get in shape, and we became very close friends through that. So
Nice.
yeah, so I'm just the other end of it. She works, from the outside inside out, and I do the outside in.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
She does the physical, and I do the appearance of
If you want to put it in the guy terms, somebody does the body work and then, or somebody does the engine work and you do the body work. There you go. That's how we can explain it to all the guys out there. Yeah. Now I want to ask you this. It's probably a sensitive question, and I need you to understand that when I ask this, it's not because that's how I feel, but there is certainly a percentage of the population out there that thinks that, the overabundance of makeup or something like this, leads to like the objectification of people. And again, it's not something that I feel like, but how do you what would you respond to somebody that would come up to you and say, well, I don't understand why we have to spend all this time making ourselves look better. I look fine the way that I am. You know what I mean? It's like, why do I feel like I need to accentuate myself when I feel like I'm already naturally pretty, I guess?
That's a good question, Chris. And I don't know how I would answer that too. I think with my target market, I think it's because we are looking younger, right? When women say to me, "Oh, I don't bother. Why bother?" or "I haven't makeup on in years," this might sound, I don't know if I should even say it, but I kind of say, like, when did you let yourself go?
Right.
I don't know. It's a great question, and I really don't know how to answer that one because it's a good question. But if you feel good about yourself and you don't feel like you need this to feel beautiful, you know what? Kudos to you.
Yes.
I don't feel like I'm an ugly person without makeup. I just feel like makeup enhances my beauty. There we go. Why not enhance what you have? That's it. There's my answer.
That's very well put. You know, it's exactly like saying the way that I would say it to somebody is like, well, you know, you can wear sweatpants all day if you want, or wear a jogging suit all day if you want, but if you're going out someplace and you want to look nice and presentable, you'll put on a suit. Or, you know, why would you wear clothes that are flashy, or why would you wear jewelry? I mean, it's just something to make you feel better about how you're presenting yourself to the world. Or, you know, I don't know. Now we're getting all esoteric, and I'm losing that train of thought. Anyway,
that's okay, but it's true. I mean, it's the same feeling, just like when we take a shower. Don't you feel refreshed?
Right. Yeah.
You feel good. Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's the same thing. You just keep going. You put on that nice suit. You feel really good in that suit. And I've had women where when I do their makeup, they tell me it feels different from when they put their own makeup on.
Really?
Yes. They feel prettier. They don't want to wash their face for days. And I tell them, don't do that. They're like, I just wish I can keep it for days. Right? Because it's done by somebody else, I guess. Like when somebody else cooks for you. It's the same feeling, I guess, that gives them.
Yeah, and also because I think it goes back. Actually, it's a really cool, bizarre tie-in that I never would have put that tie-in before. But it goes back to when Walter and I were talking about, you know, studio work, and you're a musician, you'll understand this. That sometimes when you're working on a song or whatever, you get so closely attached to it, you can't see another way to do it. And what you're doing may not be the best way of doing something. And somebody else with fresh ears or fresh eyes comes in and goes, why are you doing that? Stop.
Yes.
Don't do that. Do this. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe that's a totally valid thing. So when
it's all a part of art, Chris. It's all art, right?
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it is. I want to ask you these questions. These are the common questions that I'm asking everybody. And that is, and I'm going to start separating it because I put these two questions together, and I thought like 80% of the time the next thing is like, what was the second part? I don't remember. So
I got him in my head, Chris.
Oh, okay. So the first one is, and we'll leave it at the first one, is,
okay.
You know, what about this life of normalcy that we used to enjoy is the thing that you miss the most?
Well, first of all, my normalcy is kind of not changed. I work from home. My offices are on the same property line. You've been here, you've seen that. So I'm kind of home a lot anyway. From the normalcy, I kind of miss the social life. You know, I'm a social butterfly. I love being social. I love getting together with the girls and going out for lunches and meeting friends. And that's what I miss the most, for sure.
Yeah.
And my kids, oh my God, I miss my kids. I just want to hug them.
See, there's the mom side coming out right there. There you go. Yeah.
It's in there. I miss my kids.
Well, I mean, that's been a very common answer from everybody. Excuse me, is that they miss those family connections. And I think it's important that especially when those kind of relationships are being challenged right now because of the distancing, it's even more important now than ever to take advantage of the technology that we have in order to reach out with FaceTime or Facebook Messenger or Zoom or Skype or whatever you have at your disposal, is to keep these kind of connections going. Because, this may not be perfect, you and I looking at each other through a computer screen, but I can still see your smile, and I can still see you laugh, and I can still hear you laugh. Yeah. And it's that human connection that you can't get via text. So yeah, I think that's been the number one answer, is when people say, what do they miss? It's the family connection or that human connection. And then Absolutely. The second question then, so now we're separating it so people can focus on it, is, has there been anything, and I guess if your life hasn't changed all that much, then this might be difficult to answer, but has there been anything in this kind of forced isolation that, to your surprise, has been comforting or peaceful or joyful?
Yeah, Chris, do you see my Facebook? been baking like a mad lady. Okay, so the good thing that came out of that, my husband said to me, I've never thought to say this to you, honey, but walk away from the kitchen.
Yeah.
So
I think, more so the intent from that question is there are likely people out there who are struggling with that, right?
I understand.
Yeah, they're struggling with what do I do because I can't go out, or I feel alone, and I feel like nobody's relating to what I'm doing. So, or how I'm feeling, or how I'm trying to cope through this. So part of why I want to have that conversation is to share these things of people that something that surprised them about, oh yeah, okay, this ended up being okay for this reason, right? And hopefully if we share those stories, then people can maybe get something out of it and help lift them out of that doldrum a little bit. In your case, definitely go buy an apron and a lot of flour. And here's a weird side note to this whole story. I will tell you this. This whole toilet paper shortage. So I'm not one of these people that went out on this massive hoarding spree when in the panic buy. And so I went out and I was struggling to try to find toilet paper. But you know what the weirdest thing that I couldn't find anywhere in the city except at one store was flour.
Yes. Chris, I started baking banana. I know. I started baking banana breads because I had all these bananas. I put everything in the bowl and then realized I had no flour. I went to the grocery store. They had no flour. I went to the other grocery store. They had no flour. I went to the dollar store. They had no flour. Long and short, I had to borrow flour from two people to finish my bread.
Tracy Musso pops in with a little quip here that says, we all want you away from the kitchen. I'm not sure. There sounds like there's a hidden story there that we're not aware of, but that's okay. But yeah.
And they're in quarantine with us.
Oh, okay. Well,
She's in quarantine with us. So on a serious note, Chris,
yes.
The beauty that's come out of this, like I was just being humorous.
Sure.
I actually see my kids more. I talk to them more.
Yeah.
And I think it's amazing. Like you said, you still have this connection with the video, and I have that connection with my kids with video, and it's kind of nice. I get to talk to them a little more. And I think that I've learned to just appreciate the slowdown like most people have, and stop and smell the roses. Enjoy life a little bit, doing a little crafting. Love doing my art stuff.
Yeah. Doing
a lot more lives,
Yeah.
So I think we have to find what is going to help us get us through it. Because I think even myself, I go through a little bit of anxiety, which I've never had before, but I kind of feel it. So I really, really put my heart out to those people out there that do have high anxiety and do have, these kind of issues. I really feel for them, because for somebody that doesn't have that and I'm feeling it, I could not imagine it at tenfold. So
absolutely. And that's a great point, because one of the things that we're going to see not only are the physical harm that this disease or this current pandemic is going to have, but it's the mental issues that are going to come out of it for those people who, are on the fragile side of things, or on the fragile side of coping with things mentally. This is a very, very difficult time for them. And it's why things like, what you're doing, where you can kind of help people to feel better about themselves, or give themselves a better positive image, is so very important. And why things like what Julie does, where she's doing now a weekly online program of mindfulness and understanding, that if you're in a place where you start to feel panicky and you start to feel dark and you start to feel sad, that's okay. You can go there, and you just have to realize that there are all kinds of us out here holding candles for you, right? And we're just waiting. We're waiting here. We're a text away, or a Facebook video message away, or whatever. So allow yourselves to feel those feelings, and allow yourselves to be in the doldrums, because you have to acknowledge it. But it's important to remember that there's lots of things that you can do to help yourself out of that, and don't ever be afraid to call upon somebody else, because that's why we're all here, I think.
Yes, and by the way, I loved your conversation with Julie. It was very enlightening, and it was very educational. I really, really enjoyed that.
Nice. Well, good. Well, I will pass that along. Kathy says that's the reason why Pam missed her interview because of a lack of flour. So I will suggest
What's
that.
the reason?
I will suggest.
I had it all set up to go live, make sure I'm there for you guys live, and I had to go run around LaSalle in here and find flour. So
Yeah. Well, I will suggest to everybody they do the same thing that I did, which is go out and buy a sleeping bag size bag of flour. So we will not be short for flour in this household for years to come. So anyway,
I know where to go if I run out.
that's right. Yeah, just come on by. We'll throw some flour at you as you pass by in the car.
Right.
Pam, it's been.
Thank you so much, Chris. This has been wonderful.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to say. Thank you very much for being willing to lend your voice to the conversation. And like everyone else who has something, to offer the outside world, please, when we're done here, just go to the comment section of the video and drop in a link where people can check out your live stuff. Drop in a link where people can check out your unique stuff. Whatever you want to promote. This is all about fostering those connections. So please feel free.
You're amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just a guy who's bored out of his skull.
You're doing a great thing, Chris. I really enjoy what you're doing.
Oh, thank you
Good for
very much. Thank you. All right. Well, then we'll talk again. See, this wasn't so bad. This was pretty easy.
Yeah, it was good.
All right. And now that I've got you in this, so what Elton John do you want to hear? Come on, you got to give me something.
Oh,
you got to give me something to go on.
Rocket Man. Can you do Rocket Man for me?
We can do Rocket Man.
You know I love that.
Yeah.
It's Rocket Man.
For sure.
And by the way, Chris, I finally got to see Rocket Man the movie. Oh my God, it was like so good.
Okay, well, hang on a second because we're not going to end the call yet because now I need to know. Okay, so I thought it was interesting in the sense that I went in expecting a biopic. Right?
Yes.
And
me too.
When it started, I believe the first song in the movie is The Bitch Is Back, which is from the Caribou album, which was 1978. And I'm like, why are we having this big singing, dancing production number with a song that hasn't even been written yet? He's a child, for God's sake. What's happening here? And then I put it together.
Mm-hmm.
It's a biopic where the songs are being used to tell the story, like Mamma Mia or We Will Rock You. And it's the only way to tell the fabulous story of a fabulous person.
Oh God, I love him.
So what did you think? What did you think of the movie then?
I thought it was fantastic. My husband not so much, but I thought it was fantastic. I said, no, listen, it's kind of something that would expect his writing to be like. I love the way it was written. And honest to God, I just loved his costumes.
Yeah. Absolutely. And that guy, that
his costumes were amazing. But I would love to sit and watch it again. You know how when you watch a movie, you miss stuff?
Yeah.
I would love to. I said I want to sit and watch it again for sure, just to go over it again. But it was very interesting to hear his childhood story.
Yeah.
Stuff I didn't know.
Yeah.
It was very interesting. And who he is today. I love everything about Elton John. I always have.
And that Taron Egerton or whatever his name is, the guy that played him, holy cow.
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing. And really sang. He wasn't lip syncing, he was really singing. That was amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, there was no lip syncing. He sang everything. He sang every note.
Oh my God.
Right?
He even really looked like him.
I know. Especially when it was like the 1970s Elton John. Like there were a lot of times where, we were looking at the screen going, is that him or is that a stand-in or what is happening right now? Yeah, he was so good. And that's why I appreciated that movie more than I appreciated Bohemian Rhapsody. Because it's not that was his name Ramick, I think. It's not that whatever the actor's name that played Freddie Mercury, it's not that he didn't do a phenomenal job of acting. And it's not that, he certainly got the look down. But the problem is that Freddie Mercury has such a distinct voice that as soon as he was lip syncing along to Freddie, I lost all believability in the movie.
Oh, interesting, Chris.
Yeah, it was no longer me watching. It was like, oh, I'm watching somebody do karaoke or lip syncing along to Queen. Yeah. And it's different because in the Rocket Man movie, the guy sings every note.
I didn't know that. so that makes it even better.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right? Now you want to go watch it even more.
I do. I'm going to watch it again anyways, regardless. But you know what? I never even put it together that somebody was playing his part. I seriously just, in my head, that's Elton, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It was so well done. So well done.
It was very well done.
All right. Well,
But okay, I want to hear some now. So
okay. Yes. I'm going to play Rocket Man right now. Fantastic.
I
Awesome.
love it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks. No, thanks for having me, Chris. I really appreciate you asking me to do this.
For sure. And please don't forget to put in the comments the links where people can find your stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Everybody have a good night.
You too. We'll talk soon. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Well, there we had the lovely Pamela Taylor. A woman of many hats. Some Elton John-esque hats, I'm assuming. Entrepreneur, makeup tutorialist and vendor, towing company proprietor. I don't know why I never knew that about Pam. But here's something that most people don't know, or maybe most people you didn't get out of that interview, and I can't believe that I forgot to talk about it. She's an amazing singer. She was the singer for Mr. Please for a little while. I believe that was the band that she was with. And oh my goodness, what an amazing performer. Pam, you should get that voice app that Julie used and sing some stuff, perform some stuff so we can put it on the show, for God's sake. All right. For Pam, let's do some Elton John. By the way, for the record, this song has my all-time favorite piano chord in it. All-time favorite piano chord. It's this one right here. Ready? People know the song you're going to play instantly when you play that chord. And for those of you who want to know, it's a G minor 7th. But that's my all-time favorite piano chord. She packed my bags last night, pre-flight, 0 hour 98. I'm gonna be high as a kite by then. I miss the earth so much. I miss my wife. It's lonely out in space. It's such a timeless flight. I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Touchdown won't be alright. The man that think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. Rocket man, burning up his fuel and people low. Mars ain't the kind of place to raise your kids. In fact, it's cold as hell. There's no one there to raise them. If you're dead, and all the science I don't understand. It's just my job 5 days a week. Rocket man, rocket man. I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. Rocket man, burning out his fuse and people low. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to
gonna be a long, long time. I think it's gonna be a long, long time. I think it's gonna be a long, long time. I think it's gonna be a long, long time. I think it's gonna be a long, long time.
There you have it. Rocket Man. So for those of you who are wondering why I screwed up the words in the middle, I have this really bad habit of starting to read the chat comments while I'm in a song. And so I saw Raven pop up saying, hey, any chance for Black Magic Woman? And that's all of a sudden I was like, oh, Black Magic Woman. Wait, I should be singing a song. And somehow the word woman wound up in there, and then I got all turned around and whatever. So yeah, let's do Black Magic Woman now that I've totally got it on the brain. And we'll totally do a beat for it, right? Wood block for Jocelyn. The beat changes every time I do this song. I think it's pretty cool that happens. Got a black magic woman. Got a black magic woman. I got a black magic woman. She got me so blind I can't see. She's a black magic woman. She's trying to make a devil out of me. Don't turn your back on me, baby. Turn your back on me, baby. Don't turn your back on me, baby. Stop messing around with your tricks. Turn your back on me, baby. You just might pick up my magic sticks.
got your spell on me, baby. Got your spell on me, baby. Oh, you got your spell on me, baby. You're turning my heart into stone. I need you so bad, magic woman, I can't leave you alone. Got your spell on me, baby. Got your spell on me, baby. Oh, you got your spell on me, baby. Turn my heart into stone. Well, I need you so bad, can't leave you alone. I said I need you so bad, just can't leave you alone.
There we go. That was fun. Well, thank you for all the compliments in there, you guys. Sheesh. I don't know that I'm deserving of all that. Have I seen Emily play? Well, no. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Sorry, that question really lends itself well to the old your wife, is she a goer? Does she go? Know what I mean? Say no more. A nod's as good as a wink to a blind bat. Anyway. I played it. I think I played it last night, but we're gonna play it. Let's play it now real quick, and then we'll go to our final guest of the evening. Last but certainly not least. And it's cool because it ties in with Pamela Taylor. I love it. She's also one of those folks that helps people feel better about themselves. And that's what we like. So let's do it. Let's do this here. And I do it a little differently than the actual recording, for those of you who know this song. I do it a little more upbeat. That's a fun new sound.
misunderstands. She's often inclined to borrow somebody's dreams till tomorrow. There is no other day. Let's try it another way. You lose your mind and play free games for me. See Emily play. Soon after dark, old Emily cries, gazing through trees in some wildly sound till tomorrow. There is no other day. Let's try it another way. You lose your mind and play free games for me. See Emily play. Put on a gown that touches the ground. Float on a river forever and ever. Emily, Emily, there is no other day. Let's try it another way. You'll lose your mind and play free games for me. See Emily play. Oh.
There we go. But the important question is, that was for Emily Varga and Tom Varga. Lovely people. Tom says, you just made Emily's night, but did I do it with the Monty Python and Nods as Good as a Wink to a Blind Bat routine, or did I do it just by playing my version of Emily Play? That's the important question here. All right. Well, we are a couple minutes overdue for our final guest, and I hope that she will forgive me for that. But these chats have just been going so well that I don't want to rush them. Oh, all right. Let's see here. Wait for my keyboard to come back to life. And we'll see if she's online. Look at that. She is online. Fantastic. I love it when people are so much more prepared than I am. It's great. But that's part of the cool thing is, like, I'm wearing so many different hats right now. Clearly one of them is not manning the audio board properly, but I'm wearing so many different hats right now. I have to be like the video switcher and all this kind of stuff, and I'm sometimes it's a little overwhelming, and so I appreciate everybody's patience with me. I have Jerry Lynn on now. I'm just going to switch it off of the pants cam and go back to the regular face cam here, and then we are going to bring her over into the chat. Jerry Lynn, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to see you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I couldn't find any headphones, so I'm going to try my best with the speaker that I have.
Okay, no worries. Well, I'll try to talk a little bit louder then, but I have the microphone here, so I'm just going to gain it up all the way. It'll be perfect.
All right, that sounds good. Yeah.
All right, good. First, let me ask you: is everyone at your place okay? Everybody's doing fine. Everybody's in a good place and healthy and all that good stuff.
Yep. My mom's in Windsor, so she's not allowed out. she's older, so we tell her she's not allowed out. Dan is going to work. He's still considered essential, but I'm here at home.
Okay, well let's talk a little bit about what it is that you do, because it's a great tie into the previous person that was on, Pamela Taylor. She does makeup and things, and I mean, that sounded trivial. I didn't mean to trivialize it like that, but
Yeah.
you also do the same thing. But I don't know what it is that you do, and I need you to explain it to me because I'm a big dumb guy.
All right. Well, I'm an eyelash technician, and I do microblading. So I put on the fake eyelashes for the ladies, and I tattoo the eyebrows.
So what is okay? Explain this concept of microblading, because to me it's sort of what little people do with rollerblades on, and I don't understand what it's all about. So explain that to me. What's that great line from the movie? Explain it as you would explain it to a child. That's.
Well, I guess it's a lot like tattooing, but they are hairlines that it doesn't go as deep as a tattoo. But for the ladies that have problems growing their eyebrows in, it gives them that. It gives them fuller ones. Some people just can't grow them, or I have people with that have gone through chemo and things like that, and they want the eyebrows so that they can live a normal life without people looking at them.
Yeah, it's interesting because you raise a point there that I was going to bring up, so I'm glad that you raised it and not me. And it's part of what Pam was talking about, in the sense that the reason that we still, even when we don't necessarily need to go out, you still put makeup on, is because it gives you a better positive self-image. And especially for someone, with chemotherapy, obviously one of the drawbacks is they lose all of their hair. My mom went through chemo. And she said that one of the biggest things that was kind of weird about it was the fact that, yeah, your eyebrows go away. So you can actually make people feel a little bit better about themselves in a time when they really are feeling in the dumps. And have you had any experience with that? And what's that been like? Have people kind of...
Oh, yeah. Well, my mother has stage 4 lung cancer, and she's been through chemo a couple times. She was a hairdresser in the past. So she's a wig wearer anyway, so that wasn't anything new for her. But the eyebrows was the big thing, so helped her out with that. Even with the eyelashes, what she did have, I was able to help her with that. There's other treatments for men where it looks like stubble. Some people don't lose all their hair; it just starts thinning. So they can put hairline right into the scalp so that it's not as bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's a big confidence booster.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like how do these people? Because to me, it would sort of seem like you've seen. I'm sure people have seen on Facebook now these things where people that are colorblind, are given glasses for the first time, and they can see the world of color that they're missing, and they just break down emotionally because it's is it sort of the same thing for these people that are maybe losing some self-confidence and losing some of their positive self-image?
Yeah, probably not as dramatic, but yeah, like you can totally tell that it was something they might have been scared about going into, because everybody's seen the horror pictures of before and afters, especially when they start investigating or looking into a procedure that they want to get into. Well, everybody looks at what can go wrong first, right? So a lot of people go in with that, like, I don't want cartoon looking things. So yeah, when I can give somebody something that looks natural, and they can go about their day, and it's just one thing they don't have to think about. It's great. And like just people putting a smile on their face. That's what I like to do, especially with the eyelashes. A lot of girls that come to me, they don't even wear makeup anymore. They're just like, I have my eyelashes on and I can go out for the day, you know?
Nice.
But I mean, it's fun because it's like, it's a beauty regimen and just, you know, I get to interact with people and that's kind of what's been bumming me out now. Being at
Yeah.
home, not being able to see my girls.
Yeah, for sure. I want to ask you about this, but first, about that. But first, I want to ask you this question. So, look at me. I'm a hot mess. Everybody knows it. Everybody that see me is like, please, if there's a way for this just to be on the radio, please just put it on the radio. We don't want to look at you anymore. But what percentage of people that come to you for these kind of things, what percentage of them are men?
I have done 2 men's tension lifts for their eyelashes, and I just got trained for the it's called microdermabrasion, and they put it's for the scalp. So I haven't done an actual person for that yet, but I got trained for that right before the lockdown took place, so I haven't been able to do the scalp for anybody. But
Gotcha.
the eyelashes I've done 2 men.
Okay. So again, looking at me, if you were to look at me, you know, walking into your place, what would be your advice for me? What would be your advice for me aside from change everything? This is I have a feeling like I would walk through the door and all the red lights and sirens would go off, you know.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I don't deal with the big bearded, long-haired, freaky people too
Right.
much.
Okay.
But,
Okay. Good. All right.
but I probably could do a little laminating on the eyebrows to put them in place.
That sounds terrifying. I'm not going to lie. Okay. So let's talk about. So when you do these treatments, is this something that you do from your home?
Yeah, I started last year, and I've been using this time to finish up my room. So yeah, I do it from home. I have just pretty much finishing the last touches of my salon. So yeah, I've been pumped for this lockdown to start back up.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Is that, you know, here you are getting this room ready and get everything ready, and all of a sudden this stay away from people order comes out. How is that? What has that done for? Well, I mean, I guess it's effectively ended for right now what you're doing, but you know, are you still able to keep in contact with people? Is this something that, you know, like Pam does with her instructional thing? Is there some way that you could tie in some kind of remote or live stream kind of thing for people?
No, unfortunately, no. I it's a hands-on thing, but I've been getting daily texts wondering when I'm opening back up and just telling people your guess is as good as mine. But yeah, I get my little hello and how are you doing? Hope you're doing well from the girls that, you know, have been missing me. But yeah, it's something that I can't do
Virtually
remotely or anything
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. You are also a very fine musician and a vocalist, and you are the
Thank you very much.
the
As
front.
are you.
Oh, let's stop now. You are the front person for Bad Romance, the band, correct?
Yes.
And how far out are you guys canceled with gigs? Because I know
I know it sucks.
my schedule looks like a blank day planner that you would buy at the store. How how
we had
far out
pretty
are you
much
guys?
filled up our year. We were good. Couple new places that we hadn't played at. We were getting a chance to play. Have a few festivals lined up that who knows.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a big bummer. We can't like jam together. We've been putting new ideas in for songs. Like I've been practicing my screaming because I'm going to be doing some In This Moment, some more heavier stuff.
Wow.
But it's pretty much been all by email and stuff like that.
Yeah, right now we're finding that as a challenge, and I think all artists are, or especially groups are, right? How do you get together for a practice? Because there is no app that we have found.
Yeah, we don't. We just have been emailing back and forth, just giving each other ideas of what new things we can do, and you know, just pretty much chatting. But it's like a hiatus in a way. Like we're not really doing what we want to do, and
yeah,
bummed about a lot of that. We just had pictures done by Milestone, and can't even show them off because there's nothing to promote.
Well, I have a thought. So you said you're getting into the heavier side of thing. At one point, I would love to hear you do a song by. There's a Finnish heavy metal band called Nightwish, and they're.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I know them.
Oh, okay. So there. So you know Tarja, and yeah,
Yeah.
I think I've heard you sing, and I think you would nail that out of the park. Um, Jocelyn,
Yeah, yeah. Any new stuff, this is the time, right? To like be learning it.
yeah, absolutely. Okay, Dark Chest of Wonders. That's a song you have to learn. Um,
Okay.
in the comments here, Jocelyn says, just going back to the whole point we were making about being able to positively make a difference with what you're doing. Is Jocelyn says she has a friend who has alopecia, and seeing the difference in her confidence is absolutely amazing. She feels better about herself, and it's wonderful to see. And she was beautiful before, but her confidence now shines through so much. It's really awe-inspiring. And do you find that a lot too? Like that this really is an empowering thing that you're doing for a lot of people.
Oh yeah. I've had divorcees or women, widows, and they come in and they haven't been out or even out to dinners with their girlfriends. They haven't done anything. They've been home, and this was a way that it gave them the confidence because they hadn't dressed up in a while. So, like when I put my eyelashes on them, really, it's their makeup's done. They're when their
Right.
eyebrows are done, their makeup's done. And then it's just the little things that got them out of the house. Well, then when they walk past the mirror, they like, oh, I don't look so bad, or I look better. And every day they get a little bit more confident the more they look at themselves. And yeah, like I've seen like a lot of women that I've been doing their eyelashes for the last year. They come to me every 3 to 4 weeks, and like you hear these little story about some guy that they started dating, and then
Yeah.
it starts progressing, and maybe that just that little bit of confidence was that little kick in the butt that got her to say hi to that guy or
For
whatever
sure.
it is.
And you need to start getting a finder's fee for all this stuff. Come on now.
Yeah.
So let's pretend for a second that I'm not this crazy insane person that decides to do this whole thing for to alleviate boredom, and I'm sitting at home and I'm stuck at home and I'm going out of my mind with cabin fever. And I say to you, Geraldine, how have you been passing your time through this? Help me, because I feel like I'm going crazy and I need something to do. What can you tell me? What can you tell me about how to help pass my time?
Well, I've been doing a lot of online learning. I learned a couple extra skills that I can use in my training. I took another course just for fun for small business. I took an accounting course. I see that they're letting everybody do the Smart Serve one. I already had that, but I took it just to I did it 15 years ago. So it's like it was like remedial. Might as well take it again. So I mean, I've been doing things like that. I like painting. I make jewelry. I'm really artsy, but I'm kind of a loner already, so it's not bothering me the same way it is bothering other people.
Sure.
I've always kind of been like the introvert who likes to I got my small group of friends and like my band, and I'm good with that. And
Sure.
funny people are like, how can you go on stage when you're like that? But it's a little different.
Well,
But yeah, like it hasn't bothered me too much, like being stuck at home.
Yeah, no, but I want to ask that question because, there are a lot of people that I've talked to that are a little bit on the introverted side, and yet they are able to go out on stage. And I mean, Pam and I were just talking about Elton John, and Elton John is an extreme introvert who's very terrified of being out in the public eye. How do you do that? How do you take somebody that's an introvert and suddenly put them on stage where everyone is looking at you, especially as the lead singer? How do you cope with that?
Yeah, it's funny because it's one of those things where people are like they're not looking at you, and it's like, yeah, no, they really are looking at me. They're all looking at me, but for some reason I'm in my own little world up there. Like it's almost like, yeah, I go on stage and it's like the person I want to be, and the person I want to be out and about, but it's not the person that I feel comfortable when I am in a group. But then when I have that pressure put on me to perform, then I almost feel like the need that I have to impress. if that makes any sense. But,
Absolutely, absolutely. You have a feeling like you have to be on, right? Like you have to be
right.
up but it's interesting because, you know, when you look at the case of an Elton John or Kiss or you know, even when Lawrence and I were talking the other day about drag queens, right? Is that they come out with a costume and it's like a mask that they can use to
Yeah.
physically separate themselves. So they can say the character is one thing and the character can be crazy and extroverted and crass and you know, extraordinary, and underneath it is Joe the accountant who, you know,
Right.
no one ever sees that. But you don't have that luxury because you come out as yourself. So is there a difference between Geraldine the stage performer and Geraldine the esthetician, for example? And
Well,
is there a process you have to go through to get to that place?
I think like the stage Geraldine is the Geraldine that I want to be. Like, I wish I had the confidence to always be. Like, that's the person I want to be. And since people kind of expect that, it's a lot easier for me to portray it, you know. But for me, that's how it is. Except for like festivals and things where I can wear the sunglasses. Playing with sunglasses on is amazing.
Yeah.
For some reason, if they can't see my eyes, it's like it's a great confidence booster. Like I feel like, you know, nobody's looking at me if I wear the sunglasses.
Yeah.
But like in the bar, I guess with the getup and the hair and the outfits and everything, like that's really all I can get. But that's that is kind of the me I want to be. Like, just you can't be like that in real life.
Well, you can, but people will definitely look at you in a different light for
Yeah,
sure.
not Essex County.
Yeah, maybe San Francisco or New York. Maybe you could get away with it in New
Yeah.
York. Maybe, but you know, I find myself in the same position that, you know, every time I go out on stage or get ready to perform or something like that, there's a moment of sheer and abject terror that takes over. It's like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Why am I doing this? This is not me. And then something happens. There's like a little switch that goes off, and it's like, okay. And originally, I remember that when I was in school, I was very much the class clown, you know. But the reason for that is I'm going to make you laugh at me so that you can't laugh at me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to be the reason that you're laughing because I'm choosing for you to do that, not because, you know, you're going to be ridiculing me. I'm going to make you ridicule me, so that's okay.
Oh yeah.
So it's just, I find it so interesting that people that are drawn to these extroverted activities are often very introverted, right? It's just it's such a weird dichotomy to live with.
Yeah, it's the whole that make fun of yourself before they can make fun of you.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And it's so powerful. It does work, right?
Oh yeah.
Have you given any thought to doing some virtual performing in the sense of, you know, turning on your camera like you're doing right now and having like a backing track or something like that where you can do that? You know, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, because I'm looking for people
Yeah.
to have stuff that, you know, I can play. So
Yeah, that's true. Well, with my husband being a drummer, we putz around a little bit, you
Sure.
know, like he'll get into his little beats here and there, and we try to make up stuff that we can. It's actually the first time I've like talked to somebody where I'm like looking at myself talk.
yeah.
I've never done this time thing. It's
Well,
throws me off a little bit, but I think yeah, if I got more confident or more accustomed to doing it.
It's funny because, you know, I've talked to a couple of different performers now about the difference between performing for the camera and performing before a crowd, right? Because we're talking about, oh, I don't really know how many people are tuned in necessarily to the live stream. It could be one person, it could be 100 people, it could be two people, or it could be nobody, right? And you know, I've played in plenty of real life clubs to next to nobody, so I don't know why that would make a difference. But for some reason, right now, when I look into the lens of that camera, it's very different. I feel way more under the microscope than I do
Yeah.
when I'm at a bar. And I don't know why that is because it's just me, right? It's just
Yeah, it's
me
just
here.
a little box.
Yeah, I can do whatever I want. But no, for some reason
I know.
I feel really weird about that. But
But yeah, no, it's an idea that we have thought about doing.
well, I would urge you to do it because I really want to kind of showcase people being, and it doesn't even have to be serious. It can just be silly. You know Nino
Yeah.
Maniaci, right, from The Source?
Yep, yep.
Yeah. So he and his girlfriend Deb, they sent in a video of them playing Simple Minds tune, "Don't You Forget About Me," and it's completely silly. Like
Yeah.
it's just them having fun, and Deb is trying to play the tambourine, and she falls out of rhythm here or there, and they're laughing. Nino gets up at one point, he does this little kick move, and it's so much fun that you can't help but feel that energy. And I think that if we
Yeah.
get more people, so there you go. This is my letting you know that this is what you can do. You can just
All right,
be.
it'll be my homework for the weekend.
Yeah, that's right. Do something, or like Julie did this thing where she downloaded the voice app, and it's like a karaoke track that you then sing back to your phone, and it sounds phenomenal. It sounds
Oh, yeah?
amazing. Yeah, so give that a shot. Anyway,
Oh, yeah, totally.
I want to thank you so much for being a part of this and being willing to talk.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. And then I want to ask you kind of the standard question that I've been asking everybody, and that is, we all know the rules and we all know what we're supposed to be doing. But in your opinion, what is it that people should be doing? What is it people shouldn't be doing? Or is there something we are doing that we could do better?
It seems like the social distancing and the lockdown is causing the curve to plateau. So, I mean, I guess you just do what the people, the scientists are telling us to do. They're the ones with the brains. I have family and friends that, are doctors, and they know more than, us little guys. So they want to save us, and I just think everybody should just do what the scientists and doctors are telling us what to do.
Yeah, and that's been pretty much the common answer is listen to the experts. They're experts for a reason. They didn't just wake up and roll out of bed one day and get a degree. So they tend to know what they're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I appreciate it so much that you're willing to come on here and talk and create that connection and have that keep going. And I think at this point I've talked to about either 65 or 70 people like this, and it's been so wonderful because everybody has their own stories and their own experiences, and it's just been great. So thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me.
Yeah, and I say this to all my musician friends, I look forward to the time when we're both so busy that we can never see each other again.
Yeah.
All right, until then, take care, Geraldine. The best to you and
Have a good
Dan.
night.
All right, cheers. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Well, there we had it. Another wonderful chat. Isn't it great? It's so great when you just have all these experiences from people and they're all getting together and sharing their stories and sharing their feelings and sharing that connection. It's what makes us all part of the human race. I don't know. I'm getting sappy. It's okay. I'm allowed. I want to play another tune for you by JoJo, who was the first guest, my new friend in Barrie. And I played this song. Did I play it yesterday? I'm trying to think. Did I play it yesterday? I'm not sure. I may have. But regardless, I'm sure he's done a much better job. And sorry, I'm again wearing my producer hat while I'm trying to do this. Anyway, yeah, this is going to be, and this is a perfect example, by the way, all you people who are aspiring, either aspiring musicians or are musicians and are bored out of your skulls at home. This is the perfect example of what you can do just to kind of help spread the joy and spread the cheer and the optimism and the distraction, right? Yeah, so amazing. And look, see, Pamela Taylor hits it right on the head there. Another great interview because she's so sweet. That's right, she is. And that's the great part, is we're finding out all these other sides about, these people that we are in contact with or see glimpses of and all that good stuff. Denny Baster says, "Thanks for another great night." Well, thank you for tolerating it. And Tom says, "Chris, the best part of all this is you keep surprising your audience with great guests." Well, yeah, again, they're just folks. But the cool thing is that given the opportunity, everybody's got a cool story, I think. I think everybody's got a cool story or an insight or something that's common to everybody, but shows it from a different angle or a different side or a different experience. And people can relate to it because it's something that they know, but they see it in a different way, or they see that it's done differently, or it opens their eyes somehow. I think that's the most important part about what happens here. So I don't know. Anyway, the wax philosophical stuff has been done now. So this is JoJo doing a cover of a Hollies tune, Bus Stop.
Bus stop, what day she's there, I say, please share my umbrella. Bus stop, bus go, she stays, love grows under my umbrella. Oh, all that summer we enjoyed it, wind and rain and shine. That umbrella we employed it, by August she was mine. Every morning I would see her waiting at the stop. Sometimes she'd shop and she would show me what she bought. Other people stared as if we were both quite insane. Someday my name and hers are going to be the same. That's the way the whole thing started. Silly, but it's true. Thinking of a sweet romance beginning in a queue. Came the sun, the ice was melting, no more sheltering now. Nice to think that that umbrella led me to a vow. Every morning I would see her waiting at the stop. Sometimes she'd shop and she would show me what she bought. Other people stared as if we were both quite insane. Someday my name and hers are going to be the same. Bus stop, what day she's there, I say, please share my umbrella. Bus stop, bus go, she stays, love grows under my umbrella. All that summer we enjoyed it, wind and rain and shine. That umbrella we employed it, by August she was mine.
Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Ruin Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1-4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall. And we're back. I forgot to say to Geraldine at the end of the interview there to please leave any links that you have to either your salon or to the Bad Romance Band. Please leave them in the comments so that people can check you out, because they should. Bad Romance Band, I've been to see them a number of times, and it is a good show. I can say that without any fear of someone contradicting me, and if they do, I shall slap them with a large trout. All right, Rob Shepley has just finished watching Live at Pompeii, and he feels like he needs to hear echoes again. Well, because I couldn't play Astronomy Domine, or didn't even really want to try, to be more accurate, then I feel like I owe him at least echoes. So let's see if we can get a beat going for echoes here. Motionless upon the air, and deep beneath the rolling waves, in labyrinths of coral caves, the echo of a distant time comes willowing across the sand, and everything is green and suffering. No one showed us to the land, and no one knows the where's or why's. That something stirs and something tries and starts to climb toward the light. Strangers passing in the street, by chance two separate glances meet, and I am you and what I see is me. Do I take you by the hand That was me trying to do that little weird ping sound. Anyway. Shut up, Tom Varga. I didn't know this one is a disco. Pink Floyd sucks. Shut up, Tom. Oh, dear. All right, well, I know what I want to do. It's a happy little number. It's a Lemonheads song. And I love it. I think it's so nice. It's got a little bit of a beat. We could do it to it. Gentle kind of beat to it. Helps if I erase the previous loop. Hold on. If I was in the fridge, would you open the door? If I was the grass, would you mow your lawn? If I was your body, would you still wear clothes? If I was a booger, would you blow your nose? Or would you keep it? Would you eat it? I'm just trying to give myself a reason for being around. If I was the front porch swing, would you let me hang? If I was the dance floor, would you shake your thing? If I was a rubber check, would you let me bounce up and down inside your bank account? Or would you trust me not to break you? I'm just trying really hard to make you notice me being around. If I was a haircut, would you wear a hat? If I was a maid, could I clean your flat? If I was the carpet, would you wipe your feet? In time to save me from mud off the street. And if you like me, if you love me, won't you get it on your knees and scrub me? I'm a little grubby, just being around. And if you like me, if you love me, why don't you get down on your knees and scrub me? I'm a little grubby from just being around. Being Around by the Lemonheads. Great tune. Great tune. So happy. So happy, so upbeat. Plus it also has the word booger in it. How can you not like a song that has the word booger in it? It's great. Lots of great 1980s movies had booger in it. All right. Yeah, let's do this one. This is an upbeat one. Yeah. I mean, they're going to be living room dancers to this one. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it.
If I was a never, never needed. One headline, why believe it? Everybody wants to rule the world. All for freedom and for pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. I don't need whole lots of money. I don't need big fine car. Got everything that a man could want. I got more than I could ask for. I don't have to run around. I don't have to stay out all night. 'Cause I got me a sweet, sweet love woman. And she knows how to treat me right. My baby, she's alright. My baby, she's clean out of sight. Don't you know that she's some kind of wonderful, yeah, she is. She's some kind of wonderful, yeah, 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 yeah.
I had to throw some kind of wonderful in there. It was the same beat. It felt right to me. Felt right. Okay. Mr. David Michael in the house. Well, in his house. Fair enough. All right. Well, I think it's time to hear from one more person, and then I will finish the night out. And it's just, what are we going to put on? That's what I want to know. What are we going to do? I feel like I don't know what I feel like. To be perfectly honest with you. Getting tired. Yep, that's what's happening right now. You know what we're gonna do right now? We're gonna put on this group that was sent to me by JP Bonadonna. This is the group of kids that he has mentored into a fantastic group called Leave Those Kids Alone. And they're amazing. So they're doing this series right now called Social Distance Recordings. And what they do is they play their tune. Each plays their part separately, and then JP will take it and edit them all together into a video. Now, there's one thing about being a group, a musical group, like say me and my peers, where we can do this and we can record it and send it together and edit it together. It's different when your drummer is 9. Yeah. It sounds silly because you're like, exactly when I had the conversation with JP, it was like, you know what? It's like when I first heard about them, I'm like, oh God, here we go. I'm a parent. I went to all the grade school concerts and I was like, oh, okay. I don't know that I want to sit through this. And then they started playing their songs and my jaw was literally on the floor. Like I just, the insects were flying into my mouth and using it as a home because I could not close my mouth. I was in that much in awe of what they were doing. And it's not like they're doing like Hanson, and it's not like they're doing stuff like that. These guys are doing, intricate, amazingly complicated things. And it makes me want to do one of two things. It makes me either want to set myself on fire and throw myself off the bridge, or it makes me want to be a better musician. And 9 times out of 10, it's make me want to be a better musician. But this is, check these guys out. They're called Leave Those Kids Alone. This is the social distance recording they did, the most recent one. It's Roll With the Changes by REO Speedwagon. And again, just bear in mind, watch the drummer. Unbelievable.
As soon as you are able, woman, I am willing.
right? My God. Almost makes you want to give up and just go and watch incredibly talented people for the rest of your life. Well, let's do this one for Pam.
When are you gonna come down? When are you gonna land? Or shoot her straight on the farm? Or shoot her listen to my man? You know you can't own forever. I didn't sign up with you. I'm not a present for your friends to open. This boy's too young to be singing blues. So goodbye, yellow brick road, where the dogs of society howl. You can't find me in your penthouse. Going back to my plow, back to the howling old out in the woods, under honey black toe. Oh, I finally decided my future lies beyond the yellow brick road. What do you think you do then? Bet you shoot down the plane. It'll take you a couple of vodka and tonics to set you on your feet again. Maybe you'll get a replacement. There's many like me to be found. Mongrels who ain't got a penny, sniffing for tidbits like you on the So goodbye, yellow brick road, where the dogs of society howl. Can't find me in your penthouse. Going back to my plow, back to the howling old owl in the woods, hunting the honey black toe. Oh, I finally decided my future lies beyond the yellow brick road.
There's the Finata. That's what we've decided. Rob Shepley and I have named that now. That's the thing, the high note that you do at the end, or whatever. That's the Finata. It's a note you play at the end of the song, the finale of the song. It's not an actual thing, but now it is. We've made it an actual thing. You're welcome, Pam. Oh, I mean, how could anybody not want to play an Elton John song? That's what I don't know. Well, Pam, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Please come back anytime you wish. Tomorrow I will likely be joined by the affable Jim O'Neill, safely socially distanced away about 10 feet from where I am right now. I have a new camera, so you guys can get the Jim cam, so you can see the handsomeness. It'll be like a split screen. You know, it'll be like before the Jekyll and Hyde. It's going to be awesome. I cannot wait. Primarily because we get to play a lot of songs that I can't play because I can't play the guitar that well. Here's one that I've done a couple of times for Chris Smith, and I know he's not around right now, but it's just such a great tune. and I just want to play it again. And we can have a great beat to it. So let's do it. For Jocelyn. Like the pine trees lining the winding road, I've got a name, I've got a name. Like the singing bird and the croaking toad, I've got a name, I've got a name. And I carry it with me like my daddy did, but I'm living the dream that he kept hid. Moving me down the highway, rolling me down the highway. I'm moving ahead so life won't pass me by. Like the north wind whistling down the sky, I've got a song, I've got a song. Like the whippoorwill and the baby's cry, I've got a song, I've got a song. And I carry it with me and I sing it loud. If it gets me nowhere, I'll go there proud. Moving me down the highway, rolling me down the highway. I'm moving ahead so life won't pass me by. Like the fool I am and may always be, I've got a dream, I've got a dream. They can change their minds, but they can't change me. I've got a dream, I've got a dream. I know I could share it if you want me to. If you're going my way, I'll go with you. Moving me down the highway, rolling me down the highway. I'm moving ahead so life won't pass me by. Moving me down the highway, rolling me down the highway. I'm moving ahead so life won't pass me by. The Finata. What a great song that is. What a great, great song that is. Oh, yeah. It's lovely. Alrighty. Well, what else can we play here? So many songs. It's like a whole stack of Coke Zero bottles over there. Well, people are dropping off the stream. That's all right. It's getting late. I get it. What can we do? It's probably because of ultra professional produced segments like this one where you guys watch me scroll through a list of songs. Oh boy. Actually, I want to do this one. I woke up with this song in my head. I know I've played it at least once before, but it's a great tune.
Had an uncle named Matthew, was his father's only boy. Born just south of Colby, Kansas, was his mother's pride and joy. Yes, and joy was just the thing he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Summer sky. All the stories that he told me back when I was just a lad, all the memories that he gave me, and all the good times that he had. Growing up a Kansas farm boy, life was mostly having fun, riding on his daddy's shoulders, behind a mule beneath the sun. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a windy Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. Well, I guess there were some hard times, and I'm told some years were lean. They had a storm in '47. A twister came and stripped him clean. He lost the farm and lost his family. He lost the wheat, he lost his home. But he found the family Bible. Faith is solid as a stone. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a windy Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. So we came to live at our house. When he came to work the land, he came to ease my daddy's burden, and he came to be my friend. So I wrote this down for Matthew. It's for him this song is sung. Riding on his daddy's shoulder, behind a mule beneath the sun. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a windy Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a windy Kansas wheat field.
That's such a beautiful song with a nice sentiment that we can all just get behind, I think. And if you can't, I don't want to know you. Wow, that got harsh really fast. Ooh, haven't done this one in a while. It's a great song with a good message to it. It was written in 2001, right after the September 11th attacks in the United States. But I think it applies now as well. And I like to do there's two versions of it you can do. You can do like the original gospel kind of version, or you can do what I want to do in this case, which is like a little bit more redacted, I guess. Just it makes it more poignant, I think. Yes, and Jocelyn, the lyrics to that song are absolutely amazing, as are most John Denver songs. And I've got one more John Denver song after this that I want to do.
Blood red circle on the cold dark ground. The rain's falling down. The church door's thrown open. I can hear the organ song. The congregation's gone. My city a ruin. My city of ruins. The sweet veils of mercy drift through the evening trees. Young men on the corner like scattered leaves. Boarded up windows, the empty streets, while my brother's down on his knees. My city of ruins. My city of ruins. Oh, come on, rise up. 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 Tears on the pillow, darling, where we slept. You took my heart when you left. Without your sweet kiss, my soul is lost, my friend. Now tell me, how do I begin again? My city's in ruins. My city's in ruins. Now with these hands, with these hands, with these hands, with these hands, I pray, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for the strength, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for the faith, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for your love, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for the lost, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for the world, Lord,
the Sonata. Beautiful song. It's done in like a real soul-y, gospel-y type of way on the album, but I love it with the reduction in it for sure. I want to end with this particular tune. Will it go through? I don't know. It's 6 minutes. We probably have time for a couple, so we'll see. This is such a beautiful song. And last time I did it, I think I screwed it up a little bit, so I kind of want to make up for that. For sure. Yeah.
It's been almost a year since that beautiful weekend. It was more than a lifetime ago. How it happens to mind after all of this time and bring tears to my eyes, I don't know. It's the thought of you and the way it can hurt to be so much in love. The thought of you brings it all my way. I know that it's late, I'm sorry I called, I'm surprised to have found you at home. It's just once in a while I remember your number, I was hoping that you'd be alone, for I thought of you, and the way you can turn it around with a smile. The thought of you brings it all my way. And I know that it's over, but I can't discover a way to erase how I feel. I remember the nights and the passionate fights, and I know that I love you, and I always will. I need you to know that I'm always here for you, any day, any night, any time. It happened before, it could happen once more. There's a chance that you might change your mind. The thought of you, how it feels to be safe in your arms. The thought of you brings it all my way. I know that it's over, but I can't discover a way to erase how I feel. I remember the nights and the passionate fights, and I know that I love you and I always will. It's been almost a year since that beautiful weekend. It was more than a lifetime ago.
Bad Sonata. There we go. Beautiful song that not many people know from John Denver. The thought of you. Oh, we got 2 minutes left. Do we have one do we have a 2-minute song? Maybe. And if not, who cares? What are we going to do? Sue myself for going over? Let's do this one. I forgot how much I actually loved this song as well. If you're a David Gray fan, you'll get this one.
This year's love better last. Heaven knows it's high time. I've been waiting on my own too long. start to forget how my heart gets torn when that hurt gets thrown, feeling like you can't go on. We'll turn in circles when time again it cuts like a knife. Oh yeah, if you love me, got to know for sure. 'Cause it takes something more this time than sweet, sweet lies before I open up my arms and fall, losing all control. Every dream inside my soul when you kiss me on that midnight street, sweep me off my feet, singing, ain't this life so sweet? This year's love had better last. This year's love had better last. This year's love had better last. 'Cause who's to worry if our hearts get torn when that hurt gets thrown? Don't you know this life goes on? Won't you kiss me on that midnight street, sweep me off my feet, singing, ain't this life so sweet? This year's love had better last. This year's love had better last. This year's love had better last. Oh, yeah. This year's love had better last.
Well, I think that's a pretty great way to end it. Some nice mellow tunes to get us in the mood to drop off to Slumberland. I know that my eyes are blah, 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 getting a little roller blindy. Thank you to everybody who was tuning in. Hey, Lorraine, did you just join now? Because I'm just about to sign off. Thank you to everybody who stuck around for the whole night. This whole 5 hour a day thing, it's a lot. I'm not going to lie. It's a pretty big chunk of time, and a lot of folks that are performers are playing like 4 hour gigs with about 45 minutes a set with 15 minutes in between. We're going for a full 5 hours, where we're still talking and stuff too, right? Even if I'm interviewing guests, I still have to talk to them. So it's a lot. And if you've seen on the side there, over there, there's a virtual tip jar. There, look at as if on command. There it comes, the virtual tip jar. And there are the two things, Interac and PayPal, that if you feel like what we're doing here is cool and you can help support some of my gigs that we're missing, then that would be great. And if not, that's fine too. We will have more great people tomorrow to talk to, and Mr. Jim O'Neill, I think, is going to be here tomorrow to do some socially distant gigging. And that is it. Like we say at the end of every program, take the path of least resistance and just be decent. That's about all. I could wax philosophical about it, but why? It's perfect the way it is. Thanks again. We will see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna have some stats tomorrow too about like how many people we've talked to and how many hours we're at and all that good stuff, and maybe put it up as a crawl or something along the bottom, just because people keep asking, and I feel like I should have that information for them. Anyway, until tomorrow, be good to each other.